Whoa, everything took a moment to load in here. Hang on, I'm gonna do a quick alert test to make sure my alerts are working, because normally I do this before I start the stream, but I was in a bit of a rush to get everything set up before stream, because guess who started running late again? Give me a quick sec. Test toast.
Generosity tea. Expertly brewed too.
All right, cool. Alerts are working. How's everyone doing this fine Sunday evening? K-Rool, Kojin, Wolf, Ruby. Good to see all y'all. You can just hear the piano furiously slapping the evidence appears papers, yeah. Oh, man. You know what's really annoying, though? I can find all the best Ace Attorney covers in the world. Ace Attorney has so many covers I can draw upon on YouTube. But finding any Professor Layton covers that aren't just the cover of Professor Layton's theme?
Are you okay? Basta.
But are you sure the alerts are working? Test.
Hardy har. Thank you for the 25 bits, Wolf. I am feeling more than fine. Thank you. But yeah, like, every time I'm trying to go look for a Professor Layton cover for the setting up stream, all I can find are Professor Layton's actual theme. There's literally, like, there's maybe I can find 1 or 2 covers of the puzzle theme. But aside from that, though, no other covers. I guess there are song covers of Iris's theme from Unwound Future. But aside from that, though, oh my god, absolutely nothing. Professor Layton's not the most memorable or nostalgic music, to be honest. I would argue that there is memorable music if people did a billion covers of Layton's theme. And I'm sure a lot of people also know the puzzle music by now for Professor Layton. But aside from that, yeah, you're not wrong. I hate to say it, but there's like 3 songs for Professor Layton I can think of off the top of my head. Meanwhile, with Ace Attorney, oh man, like every single song in Ace Attorney is like memorable. Actually, now that I think about it, does anybody know who's the composer for Ace Attorney? Anyway, last time on Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, the storyteller wrote a new story right before our very eyes. A man from afar fallen to a golden curse, and a woman from afar cries out in grief. This passage could be referring to Mr. Wright and Miss Faye. We must hurry over to them at once. I have a terrible feeling something will happen at the alchemist's house today. Or, you know... Oh, are we actually not going to acknowledge? Oh my god, that's actually really funny. I just realized that's... So, I know the fact of the matter is that Professor Layton is the one who's recapping the recaps. But the fact that what happened, Professor Layton, like, he literally gets turned into a gold statue. They don't even acknowledge that because Professor Layton can't recap the fact that he got turned into a gold statue. That's actually hilarious. Noriyuki Iwadare is the composer, so it would seem from a quick Google search. For Trials and Tribulations, if you recall correctly, each game had their own composer. Really? Huh. Okay, that's actually really cool. I'm trying to think if I recognize Noriyuki in any other stuff. I will admit, a lot of times when it comes to Japanese composers, my first thought is, okay, what Smash songs did they do remixes of in Smash? Just thought of something. He must have very good inksmanship while speeding on the back of a horse. I completely forgot that they were riding on horses there too. All right, it's a long trial. Let's get started. It doesn't make any sense. How could it have come to this? That darned witch. That darned witch coming to Disney Plus. Hey, Monsieur Capu. Why did it have to happen to the professor of all people?
You've gotta believe me, Nick. I may be a spirit medium, but I'm no witch.
You know what? I'm kind of surprised that no one has ever accused her of being a witch before, now that I think about it. Don't worry, I know it wasn't you. Because it's always never you.
Say, have you seen Luke today?
I haven't seen him since last night. He was crying all night. I didn't know what to say to him. Oh, poor baby. I think it went like this. Ace Attorney 1 and Justice for All had the same composer. Trials and Tribulations had its own composer. The investigative games had their own composer. Dual Destinies and Spirit Justice have the same composer. And Great Ace Attorney games had their own composer. Got it. It's obligatory Save Maya trial. You know what? I legitimately thought for a while that the only trials we were going to get is defending Espella, honestly. Masakazu Sugimori was the composer for 1, Naota Tanaka for Justice for All, and Rise from the Ashes. Noted.
No kidding. He's the one suffering the most from all this. Poor kid.
So, I'll say this. I never played the first Professor Layton game. I obviously know that Luke is Professor Layton's apprentice, but did Professor Layton functionally adopt Luke as his son? Does any Professor Layton fans can answer that for me? He probably needs some time alone with his grief. We should leave him be.
Yeah, he shouldn't have to see this trial. It'd be too hard for him.
Do you think they left Professor Layton's body back at the alchemist's house? It's just like completely gold with a broken arm. Apprentice puzzle solver? To be fair, officially speaking, Professor Layton is an archaeologist.
Oh, it's Espella!
What are you doing here, Espella? Have you been cleared of the accusations? Hang on a sec, guys. Cool. Oh yeah, Professor Layton's officially speaking an archaeologist. Yeah, he's basically like Indiana Jones if he was more big on puzzle solving rather than whip cracking and, you know, being too tired for shit and pulling out his gun to shoot a sword fighter. You know, that kind of stuff. He's more of a swordsman anyway.
No, not yet. If only it was that easy. It's just that I'm not technically under arrest, so I got special permission to come here. I'm free to go wherever I like within this building.
Ah, I see. And that's why they put you in a jail cell, right?
I heard about Mr. Layton. It's awful. He was such a good man.
I'm sorry, Espella.
Huh? What are you apologizing for?
We were supposed to find clues connected to Bazella, but we couldn't find anything. And now the professor's been... He's pushing up daisies! Oh, I thought he was dead.
No, don't say that. It's not your fault. And I don't believe a word of what they say about Maya. She isn't a witch.
When is Maya actually going to channel someone? Like, we've seen Luke be able to talk to animals, but I really want to see Maya actually channel a dead person.
Thank you, Espella. Mr. Wright, do you mind if I assist you in court today?
Oh, wow. Okay, I guess we're getting Espella as an assistant. Cool. Let's see how this goes. Huh?
I know I may not be much of use, but I'll do what I can. I want to help you and
Maya, when did I give her a British accent? Espella? Excuse me. Oh, hey, it's the Freakazoid. You're...
Grey-Earl, butler of the late Master Belduke. I've come to inquire about Miss Maya. It's most regrettable that what happened yesterday. Oh, thank you for coming all the way here. You look really pale, Jean, or John, or whatever the hell your name is supposed to be. Are you alright? Oh, please don't worry about me. It's merely that since that incident, sleep has eluded me.
How long has it been? Have we just been bumbling around for 3 days or something? No worries, Gaddy. Remember, everyone, if you need a lurk, lurk away.
Oh. I spent the night searching through Master's notes on alchemy. I hope there may be some mention of a method by which something turned to gold may be reverted back to its original form.
You were looking for a way to rescue the professor? Man, can you imagine Professor Layton just being revived back to normal after being turned into gold? He just wakes up and says, "Oh, jolly good, everyone. I am glad that we were able to..." Where's my arm? Luke, fetch me a bucket of glue!
Human fate is often cruel, but that's also why we must never lose hope. John?
Defender, accused! The trial's about to start! Proceed to the chamber! Well, I got this weird twinge in my arm. How odd! And then, you know what'd be even better? Because that's Professor Layton's pointing arm. Every time he wants to point, he just accidentally points his stump at someone. And it's like, oh, whoops. My apologies. I did not mean to point that at people. It's incredibly rude for a gentleman.
Nick?
Cheer up, Maya. I'm not going to let them sentence you. As if I let that happen before.
I just wish all this would stop already, whether someone's a witch or not.
Oh, you know what? I just remembered something I should turn off for Nightbot. It hasn't happened yet, but I don't want Nightbot accidentally reminding someone about an old alert. I probably should turn that off real quick. There we go. Probably the French pronunciation of John. You think he's meant to be an homage to Star Trek's Jean-Luc Picard, who is well known for his love of Earl Grey tea? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Fun fact, everyone, I am a big fan of Star Trek. I haven't been watching Picard, though. I have been watching Lower Decks. Lower Decks has been pretty fun. Not really your traditional Star Trek, but eh. I know, I can't stand for it either. You're mostly a Next Generation fan? Next Generation is great. First season is rough, but, you know, it evens out. If you'll kindly excuse me now, I must return to my duties. Oh, no problem. We, appreciate you coming to see us. I'm personally... I really like, Deep Space Nine. Voyager's a laugh. We don't want... Let's not talk about Enterprise. The reboot movies are... okay. Star Trek, Discovery. You know what? I haven't really watched much of Star Trek Discovery. I've only seen, like, the first episode. Nah, it didn't really hook me. Like I said, I've been watching Lower Decks. That's been good. Something's bothering me. John seems somewhat odd today.
Let's go, Mr. Wright. The trial's about to begin.
I, of course, love original series. Original series is fan-fucking-tastic. TNG's greatness is proportional to the greatness of Jonathan Frakes' beard. Completely accurate, Kojin.
Maya Fey, shall now begin, as scheduled.
He just pronounced scheduled at scheduled? Scheduled. Scheduled.
Knights of the court, are you ready to cross your swords of justice?
Inquisitor Zacharias Barnum always has his sword ready for the work of justice.
Have you watched the TNG movies, though? I personally... Oh, there's only really... Okay, like... There's technically only one good TNG movie, and that one was First Contact. But I have a soft spot for Generations. Even if the way they killed Kirk was not impressive at all.
Defense ready, Your Honor. At this stage, I just gotta give it all I've got.
It would appear the defender has thrown down the gauntlet, Sir Barnum. Now, before we begin, may I have a word with you, defender?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last time we met, you stood in this court as an apprentice baker. In all honesty, when I saw you for the first time, I thought to myself, a baker should stick to bread baking.
Is that so? What a fine first impression I made.
However, today you are not merely some befuddled maker of sweet buns. I'm obliged to fully recognize you as a knight of law and justice, on par with Inquisitor Zacharias Barnum.
Data's emotion chip alone is worth a ticket. I'm kind of 50-50 when it comes to Data's emotion chip. Sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's annoying. It's a mixed bag. Don't get me wrong, Data's an amazing character and he's played by an amazing actor. I don't know. Like, I just feel like the writing could have been better.
Now may your duel begin. Fight bravely and expose the truth behind this heinous crime.
All right, we're all counting on you, Inquisitor Barnum.
Oh, wow. The peanut gallery is actually being voiced now. Okay.
I knew she was a witch as soon as I laid my eyes on her. She's got witch written all over her. Why not put the baker on trial? Bake the baker, I say! Barnum! 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 Barnum!
Poor Phoenix. He's trying his best.
They treat him like some sort of celebrity.
He may be adored by the crowds, but when he pointed his sword my way, you managed to shield me from his accusations. Maya clearly isn't a witch, so surely your victory is certain.
Thank you for believing in me, Espella.
Espella Cantabella. I have given you leave to come to this trial today. However, that does not mean that the charges against you have been dropped. Rather than worry about others, you should consider your own situation.
Thank you for granting me your permission, Inquisitor.
You can hear the sass in her voice. Inquisitor Barnum, even though this isn't the voice I was showing earlier, I'm gonna do my traditional judge voice anyway. You may begin your opening statement. As you wish, my lord. As usual, let us commence this trial by first recounting the events, if it pleases you, Sir Blue Knight. As, you wish, Inquisitor. I still can't get used to this in terminology. This heinous crime occurred in the residence of the late Newton Belduke. Alright. Let's actually break down that name real fast. Newton. Obviously a reference to Isaac Newton. Belduke. I have no idea what that's supposed to be a pun on. Anybody have any ideas? The Alchemist. Here is the sketch plan of his residence. This room of somewhat questionable nature is the alchemist's study, in which the incident took place. The only ones present at the moment of the crime were the accused and the victim. No one else. The witnesses who arrived at the scene seconds later have indicated where they found the accused and the victim. Very well, the sketch is accepted as evidence.
Woo! We actually get evidence in our crime record. Let's go!
The accused took Sir Layton's life with the most cruel of magic. A living man 1 second, a golden statue the next. Such wickedness. Magic that turns things into gold? Sure, why not? Several townspeople rushed to the room. Again, where the hell did some guy come from? And paid witness to the horror of this magic. The accused have been captured and charged. Goodness, that is terrifying. Rumors have reached me that the victim was a most scintillating man. Sorry. I know how to pronounce that word. It's just... my tongue is stupid. I don't know how to pronounce things sometimes. I'm not quite certain whether it was prior to or after. But incidentally, was this Sir Layton not the same hat maker who attended our previous trial? No, he wasn't a hat maker. Bizarre as it is, Sir Layton's profession and origin remain unknown. He was a stranger in this city, that is all we know. And you, sir, his acquaintance, you are an unusual presence in our city yourself. Today's case certainly is peculiar. And that is not the last of the peculiarities, my lord. The alchemist's study has been the scene of another strange incident in the past. Yes, I remember it as it was yesterday. The mysterious death of Newton Belduke himself. Indeed, my lord. Regrettably, the only case of witchcraft still to remain unsolved in our fair city. The witch may have escaped her punishment back then. But perhaps today is the day on which both these mysterious crimes shall be solved. Oh. I see this is a double mystery. Great. Okay. I don't think we got much information on that last time, but I at least have a suspect on my brain. What? What are you implying? Patience, you will know soon enough. Sir, suddenly pale blue No, this is being suddenly pale. This is being suddenly pale with giant white eyes. Oh, interesting. It seems that the Inquisition has something up their sleeve. No, Inquisitor Barnum, you may begin. Thank you, my lord. The Inquisition summons the witnesses to this malicious crime of witchcraft. If only I made it to the room sooner. Maybe I could have prevented all this from happening. Oh, yeah, Phoenix. Yeah, totally. You can totally fight off a witch be turning you into gold. Yeah, no big deal. It's not like you... I mean, you fell off a burning bridge before. What's a little witchcraft, am I right? I won't let Maya take the rap for this. I'll find every single crack in their testimony and prove it wasn't her fault. Can I just say, I am melting in my room right now, and I have my AC on at full blast. Oh my god, I am so incredibly sweaty right now. You guys have no idea. I'm amazed I can do as much voice acting as I can right now. I need to get a drink. Oh yeah, Phoenix did actually bring Galactus to court. I forgot that happened once. Welcome to the Witch's Court, honorable witnesses. Now, let us hear your names and occupations. What the hell happened to you? Why are you decked out in jewelry and gold? What the hell happened? I have known fine Wright as a mere punching bag. Are you serious right now, game? Are you actually serious right now? His last name is Punching Bag. I soon to be the new head of Punching Bag's retail organization, Pro.
Hang on!
Wait a minute, witness. That's that Blue Squire? You're that guy from the previous trial. Just what the heck's happened to you? You look like you've been on one of those ultimate makeover shows. Whatever do you mean? Me name is Amir Punchin Bog. I soon to be the head of Punchin Bog's retail organization, Pro. Amir, yeah. What is the meaning of this, Inquisitor? I do not care to delve into this witness's personal affairs. Looks like he remembers him all too well. Witness, pray continue.
Oh, dearie, dearie me. It is I who usually asks the questions. I am, you see, but a humble teacher. Call me Miss Primstone. The children of Labyrinthia Primary School have the privilege of learning the truths about this world from me.
Elementary school teacher, huh? Good to know at least one witness seems sensible. The winds carry my song, it's birdly stringy along, parrot and bard ensemble of vanguard. My faithful muse here is Cracker, the musical parrot. I would like to inquire the parrot. No one understands music like Cracker, aside from me, of naturally. At least it's not another goat. Oh please, we've cross-examined parrots before. What's the worst that can happen?
What a smart bird. He just imitated that teacher perfectly.
Oh.
Triton, my occupation is the professor's apprentice!
Oh! Luke? Luke, but why? What are you doing there?
I made up my mind. I'm doing this for the professor. A gentleman has to pursue the truth. I'm hold out, I hold face out, and I hold reach out for life's truth. Da 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 da.
But Luke, that's where the Inquisition's witnesses stand. F string is off key. Move to dismiss the witness.
I'll never forgive that witch.
A gentleman shouldn't glare at people as if he wants to hit them in the face, Luke.
Luke?
Your friend today can be your enemy tomorrow. Such is the hard reality of the battlefield. Ha! Joke's on you! I'm going to unmod all my mods before they can betray me. Witness, we will now hear your testimonies. Tell us all of this wicked incident which you have been unfortunate enough to witness.
I heard a scream and an incantation. And that's when I entered the room. The victim was already all shiny. I just want to be shiny. Mayhap something caused discord between erstwhile friends. Mr. Silk Hat had a knife at the ready and it...
Layton had a knife? What? Victim of magic, Sparkly, and done for. I heard the staff fall on the floor.
The professor must have seen through Miss Maya's deception and confronted her right there, face to face.
Luke, you are not doing anyone favors right now. You literally spent an entire night with Maya, and you assume that Maya is a witch right now. Uh-huh. I see, thank you all. However, one part of the testimony was somewhat confusing. You there, the singer? Singer? Could you possibly mean me, Birdly the Bard? Oh, Mother Clucker, I just realized why he's called Birdleads too. It's a take on Bardley, but it's also a take on Bird. Okay, I get it. Yes, that would be you, singer. This staff that you said sung about. It is as you suspected, my lord. This very witch's scepter.
There are 2 different magic gems attached. Meaning the perpetrator could have used 2 types of magic.
Yeah, it would seem so. This gem here enables the use of a gold transmutation spell, Goldor. You know, I just thought of something. Can anyone use magic if they're holding the scepter with the stones in it? If so, wouldn't it be really funny if Barnum was just like holding the staff and trying to explain what it does, and then suddenly he says the magic spell Goldor, and suddenly everyone in the room turned into gold? That'd be amazing. Goldor. You know, I'm just going to say Goldar, just because I'm a Power Rangers nerd. Just a word alone makes the tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand up.
That's the one, all right. That's the dreadful incantation that I am mere punching bog I also heard.
Oh wait, I just realized that's not an I, that's actually the letter 1. Yes, I know what I meant by that.
Oh, dearie, dearie me. I have seen that scepter, so I have. The clank tips over the golden man. The scepter falls, not the witch's plan. Oh, dearie, dearie me. How dare she do that to the professor?
Luke, stop it. By the way, this witch's scepter was found on the floor near the victim. You turn your attention to the sketch plans, it was located right here. A scepter dropped by the accused would naturally tumble to exactly that spot.
Objection!
First objection of the night, everyone. Unless you guys want to pad out the rest of the objections with bits. Inquisitor Barnum, what you're saying amounts to nothing more than a baseless assumption. Just ignore the fact that most of my comments are baseless assumptions. You, sir, are on edge today. Sir Blue Knight, is it because your friend is on trial? Perhaps you better cool yourself down. Well, anyway, the court accepts the scepter as evidence. That's right. Let's drop the scepter right now and see how it lands. Thank you, my lord. The Talea Magica added to the record. What is the other gem inside of the scepter? Goldor! Transmutation spell. Transmutes the caster's target into solid gold. This spell will transmute the closest target within range. Inquisitor Barnum, may I ask you something? What is it now, Sir Blue Knight? We know that one of the gems is for the spell Goldar, but what about the other one? A naive question. Naivety may be no hindrance to a baker who spends most of his time amidst bread, but it can be your undoing here in court. So, is Phoenix really allowed to preside over his friend as a defense attorney? I just wonder how much legality is involved there. When a knight put a weapon in his enemy's hand, he's telling me to do my homework, huh?
Mr. Wright, I'll look for information about that magic gem in the Grand Grimoire.
Thank you, Espella. That would be great.
Just leave it all to me.
Leave it all to me. Nothing against it, just not advised. Okay, so if I ever wanted you to be my lawyer, it's not advised to have you be my lawyer. Got it. Three, two, one. The offender may interrogate the witnesses. Should I be concerned about the fact that his grog is like inside of a bottle that has a skull mark on it? I am very concerned. I heard a scream and an incantation when I entered the room. The victim was already all shiny. And, what is all this about exactly?
What do you mean, Blue Squire?
Your gaudy, colorful outfit. I mean, your attire was different last time. A little more modest.
The Emir you know back then is no more. I am a new man now, reborn into the higher echelons of society.
All right. What's he drinking? There's a skull and crossbones mark on that bottle. Enough idle chatter. The witness heard a scream and an incantation. Is that correct?
That's right. It's just like what you said earlier, Inquisitor Barnum. It was that smell, Goldor. As without a doubt, the voice of Cusack said it.
Looks like Luke doesn't have anything interesting to say about that yet. However, it's rather peculiar when I saw the accused and the victim together last time. They seem to be on friendly terms. The next witness will dispel your doubts, my lord. May have something cause discord between erstwhile friends. Mr. Silcat had a knife at the ready in his hand. Are you saying you think they quarreled?
The other day I saw you all together in this very court and you were evidently friends.
Well, yeah, that's true, but what's that got to do with...
Now everyone, listen carefully. No chatting in the back row. What I say now will be in the next exam.
You heard that, everyone in chat? You should all be taking notes. If y'all aren't taking notes, I'm gonna have to inquire you all later. Pop quiz. What did Professor Layton do before he died?
Miss Primstone, lesson number 5. Friendship leads to nothing but trouble.
And the more I'm being told to unmod all my mods, got it.
People would not break up and part their ways in an anger if they did not become friends in the first place.
Well, you heard it here first, everyone. I'm no longer friends with any of you. Kids in her class must grow up to be model citizens.
Oh, dearie, dearie me. What I saw in that room curdled the blood in my veins. Mr. Silcat was pointing that glittering knife ever so threateningly.
Hang on!
Is everything okay, Luke?
No, of course it's not okay. The professor was a true gentleman. And no gentleman will go around threatening people with knives.
I couldn't agree more.
Silly boy! I saw your professor pointing a knife! Are you insinuating that I am a liar, you cheeky little whippersnapper? The professor would never do that! You don't know him!
At least Luke's found someone else to antagonize.
Mr. Wright?
Huh? What is it?
I think there was some important information in Miss Primstone's testimony.
Really?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not my place to say things like that.
Oh no, please! I appreciate more backseating from the game itself, by all means. I didn't notice anything. What could that be? What was Isabella about to say? Ask Isabella to speak out. Isabella, why don't you tell us all what you've noticed?
Oh, is that okay? It's just something I'd like to ask Miss Primstone about.
I keep on wanting to say Primrose. I've been playing way too much of Octopath. Well, just go ahead and ask her.
Excuse me, Miss Primstone. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Oh, it's you! Miss Isabella Cantabella! Miss Primstone, did you actually see the knife that Mr. Layton was holding? I did, as a matter of fact, yes. I remember that glinting blade very well. Almost frighteningly sight it was, too. And you saw that from the door, didn't you? Now, if we look at the sketch, when the incident took place, Mr. Layton must have been facing this way, correct?
That must have been the case, otherwise a witness would not have been able to see it. I mean, it's entirely possible Layton was holding the knife serial killer style. Like, you know, like, have you ever seen Ghostface from the Scream movies where he's like holding the knife over his shoulder? Yo, Max, how's it going? So, we're in court. Professor Layton got turned to gold. People think he died. Maya's on the hot seat again. Because of course she is. We're cross-examining a bunch of witnesses. And one of the witnesses is Luke. Because he's a whiny baby right now. And now we're just trying to figure out how Professor Layton was holding a knife. Yo, Bubbletron, how's it going?
Well, that's all I wanted to ask. The more information we have, the better, right?
The direction the professor was facing. That could be important. This information shall now be added to the court record.
I'm sorry I jumped in like that, but I really wanted to help.
Not at all, Miss Bella. We were able to get some more info, which may just come in handy.
You think so?
Now then, the next witness shall continue the testimony. You know, we might want to take a quick peek at the court record. Case outline. The accused, Maya Fey, charges witchcraft, turning Professor Layton into gold. Behind the painting. The wall behind the painting at the crime scene had been painted green. The floor plans of the crime scene floor plan drawn by the court illustrator. Palea Magica. The magic scepter necessary for casting spells contains a golden and purple magic gem. Not much of note there. Maya, the defendant, accused of witchcraft and killing Layton with a golden transmutation spell. Jean, a Grey Earl, butler to Belduke, the alchemist, has looked after his residence and research since his death. Amir Punchinbag, I love his name. A witness, calls himself Amir Punchinbag the First and looks gaudier than before. Miss Primstone, a witness, primary school teacher, keeps saying, "Oh, dearie, dearie me." Birdley, a witness, a gifted minstrel accompanied by a parrot. Luke Triton, a witness, the victim's self-proclaimed apprentice. Shocked by the incident. Oh dear. Layton has contracted gold fever, it seems. No, it's gold madness. You know, from The Hobbit.
Hold it!
Would you mind describing what you saw without singing about it? As you wish, my musically impaired friend. Simply put, when entering the room, the victim was worth his weight in gold, for obvious reasons. He tipped over and fell heavily onto the floor. The room became drearily silent. And then I heard that scepter tumbling across the floor.
Hang on!
May I ask you something, Miss Primstone? Oh, believe me, Dirt Dog, the original title of the stream wasn't Goldfinger. It was a lot more Austin Powers based, if you catch my drift.
Dearie, dearie me, oh dearie, dearie me. My dear, do not frighten me so. I feel like a schoolgirl caught napping during class.
Miss Brimstone, did you see the witch's scepter at the crime scene?
Well, about that, I must confess I do not clearly recall.
You don't remember?
When I went into the room, the golden man fell down and made quite the ruckus. That is why I did not notice a scepter being dropped.
So you didn't see it after all?
But I am certain that witch girl had it. She must have been hiding it behind her back.
Objection!
Please don't assume Maya's a witch just because she's been accused. Miss Primstone is certainly quick to make assumptions. I see. Now we would like to hear the next witness's testimony. The next witness is a bit problematic.
The professor must have seen through Mrs. Maya's deception and confronted her right then and there, face to face.
Oh, Luke. Buddy. Luke, open your eyes. Maya isn't a witch.
Ever since we came to this town, lots of unbelievable things have happened. And that's why, from now on, I'll only believe what I see with my own eyes. Luke. When I went into that room, the only people I saw were the professor and Maya. The professor had been turned to gold, and Maya dropped that scepter.
Oh. Oh. I don't think he's lying. I really don't think Luke is lying.
too! What?
Georg Vibes Proton Hug Nolimi 1 Love the 8-Bit Hug Spirit 76 Love Tavi Love Karib Love 4th Gun Hug.
Thank you for the love, Pickletron.
For the 2 bits and the broken wall. Y'all still need to pay for all the broken walls you guys broke down earlier, thanks.
I didn't have any scepter, and we weren't the only ones in that.
Silence! The accused has no right to speak. Be silent or you'll face punishment. We can end this trial immediately should you decide to feel talkative again. You like breaking walls? Well, I hope you like paying for them too.
I'm sorry.
Well, Luke, is that really the truth? 4-bit alert for the wall breaking to go in reverse. I think the 4-bit alert is currently the Puyo Puyo one, but I'm down for that. Did you really see the scepter?
I'm going to fight you.
Yeah, that one.
Puyo! And Tetris!
K-Roll, thank you for the 4 bits and the Tetraminos Tetris break. But that being said, though, I probably can swap that one out. It's no big deal.
I don't know. When the professor turned to gold and collapsed right in front of me, everything seemed to fade to black. And then I could have sworn I at least heard Maya drop the scepter.
The scepter was found at the scene of the crime. That was the unavoidable truth. 6 bits so that there is a pattern? Maybe. You like the Puyo alert? I mean, I do have the Puyo alert, but it's like 400, but there's a 400-bit version of that. Only the accused could have dropped it. Give me a quick sec, guys. My nose is being stupid because of summer allergies. Fan-flippin-tastic. Be right back. If you're curious about the 400-bit version, it's literally the 4-bit version. It's the exact same thing, it's just 400 bits. This isn't looking good.
I feel so sorry for Luke.
He's so full of anger and despair that he can't think clearly. He's become a Danganronpa character.
He said he can't forgive the witch. I understand how he feels.
Anyway, I need to find a way to calm Luke down first of all. I don't really have anything I can present at the moment is the problem. Why is Amir holding a bottle of what you assume is poison? Yeah, believe me, no one understands the reason either. Hmm. I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to do here. I'm guessing I'm supposed to try to say something to Luke to convince him something, but I'm not entirely sure what to give him. Wait, face to face! Oh my god, I just realized.
Objection!
I need to pay attention to the words a bit more. Luke, you said you only believe what you see with your own eyes. Well, what you think you saw may not have been the whole truth. Huh? What do you mean? Take a close look at the sketch of the crime scene. Through the power of logic, I will overcome your dumb puzzles. At the time of the incident, Professor Layton and Maya were standing here. Oh, plot twist, you see of the hat's face? Ah, yes, the hat with the face that I used for the thumbnail last stream. Has anyone seen the thumbnail I used for last stream? I think it came out pretty well. Now, we have learned from Miss Primrose's testimony which way the professor was facing. He was facing this way. Oh! You have testified that the professor confronted Maya face to face. But looking at the sketch of where they were standing, one thing is clear. There is a contradiction in your testimony!
Objection!
Dabbing on your objection whether they were facing each other or not is of no relevance whatsoever. They were the only ones in that room. One was a victim and thus the other must be the witch.
Objection!
I will ask you to wait before jumping to conclusions, Inquisitor. Think back to Miss I keep on wanting to say Primrose! Primstone's testimony. She told us that the professor was pointing a knife at someone threateningly. However, you can see in the sketch that he wasn't threatening Maya. So then, who was he pointing the knife at? Luke, what is it?
The professor would never point a knife at anyone. I was the one who opened the door to that room, so I was the first witness, and I saw no knife. Miss Primstone's testimony is not reliable. Oh, dearie me, would you look at this child, sputtering nonsense and talking badly of his elders.
Inquisitor Barnum? Yes, my lord. It should pose no difficulty to verify whether or not the victim had a knife. After all, that sparkling gold body of his has been found at the scene of the crime, has it not? Indeed it has, my lord. All I saw, you know, it'd be really funny. What if the knife that she saw was actually Layton's finger? You know, when he's pointing his finger at someone? Oh yes, his knife was his finger. Court attendance! You heard the judge. Bring the victim into the courtroom. That's a little graphic, but okay. Seems like they're going to bring the golden statue. Ugh.
Professor?
Oh, poor Luke. Look at that!
Did it get damaged in transit? Professor! Professor!
So this is the power of gold transmutation spell. Oh, spectacular. It looks like work of the finest artisans. I assure you, it is the work of no artisans, my lord. By the way, the missing arm has not yet been found. What do you... What? What do you mean it hasn't been found? You literally saw the statue fall over at the end of last chapter. What do you mean the arm was lost? It should be in the house. I can't believe this, Professor! Well, I really hope the Professor wasn't right-handed. These hacks have done the investigation squad, no kidding! I suppose we should add the victim to the evidence. What?! A poor professor who, while searching for evidence, became evidence. Golden Layton! Professor Layton turned into gold to dispel Goldar! The right arm is missing. Oh my god. This is unfortunate. I thought the evidence would be as good as gold. But although it technically is, we are still no closer to discerning whether or not the victim was holding a knife.
Hold it.
Let me speak, please. Maya? The professor didn't have a knife, and also, there was another person in that room. I guess that is technically the closest thing to an autopsy report. The real witch was there too. Please believe me.
Accused, do I really need to warn you again? Haha, Max. Inside the cage, you are to behave like a bird that has forgotten its song. Speak again and you shall be punished. What do you think this is, BioShock Infinite? Or are you in particular hurried to taste the flames of justice, little bird? Oh, poor Maya.
Objection!
But it's true that someone else could have been at the crime scene. Look at that sketch. The victim was facing towards someone and that person wasn't Maya. Sir Blue Knight, your ignorance is no longer even a surprise. Huh? You do know what transpired at the crime scene. You think this man was pointing at another person, you say? Let me tell you this. Nearly everyone in this court other than you knows what Sir Hat was pointing at.
What?
Well, honorable witnesses, is that not so?
I am mere punching bog the first. Love me some gossip and stories of the occult.
Elusive like mist, the magical beast. Its chilling breath brings about death.
Oh, dearie me. You could use some education, Blue Knight. I can offer you private tuition, but it'll not come cheap. If the professor wasn't confronting Maya.
Witnesses, you will now testify. Tell us all about the other presents at the crime scene. This is a world without logic, everyone. I see Amir is even more drunk than before. Cool.
Yeah, we all know. I happen to be an alchemist, so this case no mystery. Same place, same magic trick. This time her luck ran out and she dropped that magic scepter. The truth obscured by a twisted ruse. The witch couldn't vanquish but did confuse. It happened because the professor unraveled the mystery behind all these witches.
The same magic trick was used? They are referring to an incident from 3 months ago. Much like this incident, a man lost his life to witchcraft in that very room. It was the master of that residence, Sir Newton Belduke the Alchemist. He suffered death by strangulation. Finger marks were left on his neck. You can determine fucking finger marks, but you cannot determine mother freaking fingerprints? Ah! He had locked himself in his study and the key was still in his pocket. In other words, no one could have entered that room. The perpetrator disappeared from a locked room, just like in this case. I mean, yeah, but at the same time, it's not that hard to compare fingerprints. All you gotta do is, like, you know, ink the finger, put on paper, and then you compare the marks.
No, fingerprints! I don't think so.
Thank you, Woot. It's not really microscopic, but they are extremely detailed and hard to tell apart. That is true. A large amount of powdered medicine was spilt all over the floor. Powdered medicine? Sir Belduke was an alchemist. He possessed various medicinal concoctions. Due to the presence of that powder, had anyone entered that room, clear footprints would have remained. Yet there were none.
That's the kind of mystery that Professor would love to solve.
Thus, there were 2 unnatural circumstances: Sir Belduke's death, the culprit's disappearance from a locked room, and the fact that they appeared not to have walked on the floor. It's almost as if they flew away.
In other words, it couldn't have been the Demir magic that was used in my case the other day.
Witches can do everything because of magic. What about teleporting? What? They can only walk! Indeed. I mean, to be fair, we still haven't figured out what the purple gem on the scepter does. We know what the gold gem does, but we haven't figured out the purple one. For all we know, like, it might be in the Grand Grimoire until we find it. Seems like the killer levitated above the floor, strangled Belduke, and vanished into thin air. It's probably levitation. Entirely possible. What does that have to do with this trial? It has been 3 months since that murder. It's been 3 months since you looked at me. Despite that, we still haven't been able to find the witch responsible. But now, having eluded us for so long, that witch has finally been brought before this court. We will have justice. What? No way! Now he thinks Maya killed the alchemist too? We weren't even here back then! But it's not like I can explain that to him. Well then, why don't you interrogate the witnesses? Now that you're aware of the connection between the 2 murders.
Objection!
You can't be serious! 3 months ago we weren't even... Defender, you may interrogate the witnesses. May their testimonies lead us to the truth. We all know what happened to that alchemist, so this case is no mystery. You're talking about Mr. Belduke's murder, which took place in a locked room?
Yeah, a real shocker, alright? Everyone's talking about it. People don't say this out loud, but... You know, you think it too, eh?
I don't have the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Ain't it clear as day? He's an alchemist! An alchemist! Alchemist like magic, ain't it?
Sir Belduke was a man. Only a witch can be a only a woman can be a witch. See, now that's just being narrow-minded. What's more, witchcraft has nothing to do with alchemy. They're different. Somehow. Alchemy is the mysterious, why did I misread art? I don't know why, but for some reason I thought the R and T were one letter. I was very confused for a moment there. Art of manipulating the forces of nature, or so it is said. Only a witch can be a witch. Yes.
Oh, that sounds a lot like magic to me. Alchemy's incomprehensible. Simple, but regular folks. So magic, really.
Remember, everyone. The more advanced science becomes, the more it becomes like magic.
And you know, a couple of days before the witch got him, there was a lightning that struck.
Lightning?
Yes, you're asking, and I like killing that one. And she had pink hair and a gun blade and also 500 pounds, see? All of a sudden, like a bolt from the blue sky. There's this bolt from the sky. Only it wasn't blue. The sky lit up and turned blood red, and then out of nowhere, an old-looking bell tower appeared in a burst of flames. Makes you realize Mother Nature's pretty powerful stuff, eh?
You have strayed from the topic at hand, witness. This is a courtroom, not an inn. Save your thrilling stories for later.
Same place, same magic trick. This time her luck ran out and she dropped that magic scepter.
Would you care to elaborate on that, Miss Primstone?
Could you say that? You could say I am a scholar and my knowledge is vast and diverse. I know a thing or two about witchcraft. Therefore, I have a very good idea of the type of magic that must have been used this time.
The magic behind this mysterious figure that appeared out of nowhere. Glided through the air and vanished after making the kill.
Indeed, yes, and the witch's scepter confirms my theory.
A brilliant deduction. I'm honored to have studied under an excellent teacher such as... Good lord, how old is this woman? She was his teacher? Actually, I guess that kind of explains a lot. Our occult crimes analysts have arrived at the same conclusion. Oh, yay!
Mr. Wright! I found it! The page about the purple magic gem! The spell's called... Famalia. Remember, Famalia means family, and family means no one gets left behind.
Or forgotten. Our family may be small and broken, But it is good. Still good. The spell Familia found within this purple gem is used to summon a familiar. Yeah, exactly. Family. Familiars appear out of nowhere, glide through the air, and vanish when their task is accomplished. Remember, guys, it's all about that familia. They are evil, bloodthirsty spirits used by witches to perform outrageous crimes. Or if you happen to be a harem protagonist, then you are a human that gets isekai'd into a magic realm. Evil spirits? Are you saying that the witch uses a familiar too? It was a familiar that took Sir Belduke's life, and now it has appeared again. Sir Silcat was probably trying to ward off that evil spirit with his knife. But what good is a knife against an occult creature? It completed the task given to it by the witch and promptly vanished. Ah yes, my warding knife shall protect me. I mean, to be fair, in D&D there are magic knives that you could use. I don't know if there's anything good against spirits, but you know. Thus bringing us to the conclusion that Sir Belduke and Sir Hatch were both killed by the same witch. I've seen also magical creatures be familiars. What? What an unexpected turn of events! The two incidents have been shown to be connected. Due to the same witch's scepter having been used in both cases. Summons forth a magical familiar from the shadows. Although it possesses a physical form, it's completely weightless.
Oh, this is terrible. Now Maya is accused of 2 murders.
Well, I guess they had to double down on it somehow, didn't they? If you could pick one animal to be familiar, what would it be? Mithra.
Oh, dearie, dearie me. I was right as always.
I mean, Mithra is considered an animal, right? Humans are animals.
That gruesome murder will be in the next exam. Now make sure to take notes. Now I shall diverge what really happened.
It's called being on brand, Gaddy. We are all ears, Miss Primrose. Brimstone!
That hat maker is pointing the knife at the witch's familiar.
Hold it!
Oh, please, who wouldn't want to have a computer? Did you actually see the familiar?
Oh, dearie, dearie me. No, I did not. When that boy opened the door, that familiar just disappeared. Had the boy opened the door sooner, no doubt we would have all seen it.
No way.
If he were my son, I would have made sure to teach him not to dilly-dally.
That being said, though, I do think, if I were actually going to be serious, I think my familiar would be owl. Yeah, definitely an owl. Maybe a duck. There is a reason why I say duck.
Hang on!
Is everything all right, Luke? You seem to be in deep thought about something.
No, it's not all right at all.
Is there something in Miss Primstone's testimony that you'd like to comment on? Multiple reasons, Dirt Dog. But yes, Donald is one of them.
That's what I keep telling you. The professor wouldn't point a knife at anyone. Dearie, dearie me, what an impertinent child. I'm telling you, I saw a knife. I distinctly saw the glint of a sharp blade.
This is making me think more and more she saw his finger.
Objection!
At any rate, as we can see now. Yeah, apparently no one. You know what's weird, Daddy? They saw the statue fall over and the arm broke off, and no one thought to take the arm? The victim's arm is still missing. As such, there's still proof that he had a knife.
Objection.
That is but a mere detail. It matters not.
A mere detail matters not.
Oh my. Anyhow, I wonder, where could that missing arm be?
Yeah, that ought to be looked into.
Hang on!
Wait a second. Oh my god, there is no freaking way. There is no way. Mister, do you have something you'd like to share with us? Oh my god. There is no way. Did Amir steal Professor Layton's arm because it turned into gold and sold his arm? And that's why he's all pumped now? Oh my god! Mr. Amir!
It's Mr. Amir Puchenbog the First to you, Bluey. Actually, you oughta show some respect for a picking man of wealth such as me.
You seem to be looking ahead to a future full of newly gained riches.
I can look wherever I bleed and please. Anyway, why are you looking at me like that? I don't know about that golden bloke's right arm. Excuse me, Mr. Wright.
What is it, Isabella?
I may be wrong, but there's something about that man. Wouldn't you say he looks, sus?
It's not just you. Everything about him is so shady, it makes me want to double check my pockets. Mr. Amir, stop pretending you don't know anything about the victim's missing arm.
Pretending? I told you I know nothing. Nada. Zero. Nil.
He's got it down his pants, the finger sticking out of his pant leg. Perfect.
I ain't seen it, or heard about it, or put it in me pocket.
Put it in your... Can I have some loot emotes in chat if you got them?
It wasn't me, honest. Seriously, I got nothing to do with it.
Objection! Mia! You lying, cheating, good for nothing! You tried to deceive me!
Oh my god. What is going on? Order, order! Who is that person?
You wanna know who I am? I'm Price the pawnbroker.
Oh my god! He actually pawned off Professor Layton's arm! What's with these witnesses stealing evidence? Last trial had the lady that stole the goat milk. Now we got Amir stealing Professor Layton's arm! What?
And this man is a shameless cheating bum. He had the nerve to lie to me.
What did he lie to you about?
I'll tell you, on the day of the crime, Amir came to my shop.
He walks up to me saying he got his hands on a superb work of art, rare as gold dust. I think I know where this is going. Oh my god. A work of art, could it be? I've got it right here. Are you serious right now? Oh my god. Just like I thought. That's... Oh my... Oh, poor Luke. Poor Luke. He's seeing his freaking professor's arm put up as a statue on display. Oh, poor Luke is going to be traumatized for life. He's like, what, 11? And they're preventing the Professor Layton theme too. Oh my god.
It's the professor's arm!
It's pure gold, exquisitely crafted. It was entitled, Towards Tomorrow or something like that. I'd never seen a piece of gold so fine before. And so, suspecting nothing, I paid that rascal a rather handsome sum. Who would have thought? And what am I hearing now? That it was a human arm, no less? You, sir, are a monster. You're as bad as a witch's familiar yourself. Yeah? Yeah?
I can notice his arm is clear, but I saw it doesn't really like that.
Uh-huh. What do you mean?
I lost in the scene and it caught me eye right away. I got an arm pointed up at the ceiling with such optimism and authority. I thought it looked like it's showing me the way to a better, brighter, richer tomorrow.
Oh, don't you know? If you want to become rich, you become a Twitch streamer. Don't actually become a Twitch streamer. Don't be like me. Don't make the horrible mistakes I've made. At least she didn't profit off of the evidence. That too, Bumbletron. That too. Can't find anyone who voices Price? Must not be credited. I don't think anyone's credited in this game, are they? The school system has failed him! Miss Brimstone, you're fired! We need a new teacher! Maya, you're the new teacher! Oh god, can you imagine if Maya turned into a teacher? Ugh.
To me, it was a work of art. A precious one at that.
And then it found its way into your pocket and you pawned it. You mounted it on a crude stand, gave it a tawny title, and passed it off as some kind of a sculpture. Don't try and look away from the truth now.
Darn it, I can look wherever I darn well please. I'll look away from the facts and forward to the future. Always look on the bright side of life. Do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do. Always look on the bright side of right. Da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da.
Anybody see Life of Brian? I need to rewatch that movie. Where were we now? Ah, yes, the victim's arm has now been successfully reattached by one of our masterful crafts. What do you mean, masterful craftsmen? Did they, like, glue it back on? Did they smelt it back on? Did they take some melted gold, wrapped it around the edges, and then, like, hard cooled it to make it solid again? Knights of the court, you may resume the Inquisition. I don't know anymore. I've lost it at Golden Layton next to Wright, too. Oh my god, look at this. Look at him. At least one thing's clear now. As everyone can see, the victim definitely wasn't holding a knife.
Oh, dearie, dearie me. It seems I may have been mistaken after all. When you think about it, the victim had already been turned to gold when we entered the room.
According to the witness's testimonies, that was the case, yes.
Well then, I'm sure you can see that it was easy to mistake that glittering pointing finger for a—
I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! Indeed, the victim's finger has a glint to it resembling that of a sword's edge. Remember, kids, when you're pointing a finger at someone, you're actually pointing a knife at someone. And that is not gentlemanlike at all. Such a sense of power and intensity is enough to send a shiver down the spine of anyone being pointed at. Giving them the finger, Max? Would you say this edge is worth something? Shut up, Caddy.
No puzzle is a match for the power of the professor's pointing finger.
I guess no one remembers I'm known for pointing like that too.
I think your pointing finger makes quite an impression too, Mr. Wright.
He's just taking pity. I mean, to be fair, you literally point at someone and you're able to make them take damage, according to Marvel vs. Capcom. Oh no, Max. Is that all you had to say, Sir Blue Knight? Huh? As I said before, whether the victim had a knife or not is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, what he said. You better apologize to me now. Badgering me for no reason like that.
Is that all there is to it, or could that arm hold some other clue?
We come this far. Maybe there's something else you could ask about.
She's right. I need to ask some more questions. Well then, Mr. Amir, perhaps you could tell me one more thing about that arm. Yes, the completely dead man to the right of me and totally nothing else. How much did you pawn it for? Oh my god, I actually have to know this. Why don't you tell me how much you got up for that arm? Huh? Oh, that glitter you're wearing. The money for that must have come from somewhere. And if you managed to buy all that— hang on a second. I might have picked the wrong thing. Buying all that for the price of one arm. It must have been a small fortune. It is gold after all.
Hey! Are you thinking of selling it? The whole body?
I am so glad I picked this. Huh? You have lost my respect, Blue Knight. Apparently you're no more than a greedy knight blinded by the glitter of gold.
How could you, Nick? Professor!
I should have asked. They all look at it the wrong way. Think of all the stuff you could buy with a solid gold Layton. I have a solid gold Shovel Knight and a solid gold Mega Man, and I also have a solid gold Super Mario figure amiibo. Does that count? I could probably sell those for a pretty penny.
I won't judge you, Mr. Wright, but for now, let's ask him something else. Maybe you know something we could use.
When did you find it? Actually, where was it lying? You found the arm on the floor pointing upwards, you said.
Yeah, I did. Finders keepers, I say. It's going straight up into healing.
The arm somehow happened to fall down in such a way that it landed upright. What are the odds of that? Actually, that Wait, why is it that Phoenix is the one who says that? That reminds me of a puzzle. Now that you know, if you could just show us on this floor plan here. I'd like to know the exact spot where you found the victim's arm.
Yeah, I remember that well. It's right there.
Yes. That's where you would expect to have fallen. What? Now, that's where it was. Then something's definitely not right. If you keep noticing at that sketch so intensely, you shall burn a hole in it. Or perhaps you're going to claim there's a contradiction in it somewhere. This arm is the final clue left by the professor. Ah, yes, the final clue as the professor tilts over and breaks his arm off. I'm sure many a professor would think, you know what? In my dying breath, I will break off my arm. Even after turning to gold, he was pointing out something important. Namely, the key to solving this case. Well, Defender, do you see any problems in the locations as marked on the sketch? Of course there is a problem! Psst. And where would that be precisely? Did you just scoff at me? The professor's arm has armed me with some vital... I love Ace Attorney. Has armed me with some vital evidence. Its location leads to a huge contradiction. In that case, why don't you enlighten us and show us this so-called contradiction? What contradiction does the victim's arm create? Well, obviously, before it broke, he was pointing at over here. Was he pointing at this? Yeah, Layton's fucking dead, and now I'm trying to figure out what his last puzzle was. I know it's okay, I know what they're trying to set up here. They're trying to talk about that one puzzle with the 11 becoming a 1.1. But the problem is, I think he was actually just pointing at the circle. I'm not 100%. The contradiction is right here. Okay, I was right, thank God. What say you, Inquisitor Barnum? I believe that was a definite proof that there is a contradiction here. Not in the sketch, but rather in this court. That contradiction is you, Sir Blue Knight. Perhaps you had better go back to your bakery. Huh?
I think what Inquisitor Barnum means to say is that your objection was a little off the mark. I could be wrong, of course.
Yeah, I got that, Espella. I'm not that clueless. Mother trucker! Yeah, at least Layton got his arm back, even though I'm not entirely sure how they managed to pull that off. Mr. Amir, perhaps you can tell me one more thing about that arm. Where was it lying? Pointing up at the ceiling. Somehow landed to fall down in such a way that it landed upright. What are the odds of that? Actually, that reminds me of a puzzle. Now that you can show us this flow plan here, where you found it right there. That's where you expect to have fallen. Okay, maybe I'm supposed to actually select the location of where the arm landed specifically. I hope that's actually what they're trying to tell me, because otherwise I have no freaking clue where else I'm supposed to be looking at.
Got it.
The contradiction is right here. And this is the victim's arm? Yeah. Would a broken arm fall on its end and stand up that neatly? It's even less likely than a coin landing on its edge. How goes it over the crossover to Sentry? I don't know, Skylar. Take a look at the screen and you tell me. Are you saying things are golden? Oh yeah, things are beautifully. Yeah, everything's going beautiful. Nothing wrong here. How much is Layton worth? Oh, he's probably worth his whole weight in gold. Defender, this is not so much a contradiction as merely an oddity. An oddity reminiscent of yourself, foolish Blue Knight.
I'm sure if you knocked Mr. Layton's statue down 100 times, his arm would end up like that at least once. Knowing the professor, I bet it would happen.
Okay, I get it. My mistake. Are you kidding me? I thought I was right. Oh my god. Even in death, Layton continues to judge me. Even in death, he mocks me. I know, the game totally baited me, Lundea. It really sounded like I was right. Oh, Genie! Genie in the slots, come on out, spin those wheels, because we need you right now. Bumbletron asks, "Oh, Genie, please for limit's sake be honest. Will some guy aka a mere punching bag be in the next trial yet again as a completely unreliable witness?" And the answer is... Speaking of unreliable...
Oh, I'm on my break right now. Please come try again later.
Oh yeah, thank you for the waste of channel points, Genie. Much appreciated. Sorry, it seems my dear Genie is in the middle of her break, as per usual. Emir is winding up being less useful to Lewis than Larry. At the very least, Larry didn't steal evidence from a crime scene. I think. God, I hope Larry didn't steal anything from a crime scene. Bumbletron, I just want to be clear on how Genie works. She actually is a random number generator I have set up. So the answer that she gives is always random. I know! Luck is not on our side today with her. Okay, you're definitely pointing up. What are you pointing at? Oh, I know!
Got it!
The contradiction is right here! And this is the witch's scepter? Let's go over the order of events as per the witnesses' testimonies. Let's just say Genie takes a break for multiple weeks on end. I've seen her be on break for months, technically. First, the witch casts a spell on the professor, turning him to gold. When y'all rushed to the crime scene, that gold statue fell down, making a loud noise. Next, the witch dropped the scepter. What are you getting at, Sir Blue Knight? All witnesses agree with this order of events. That's right. They all agree that's how it happened. But then there's the arm. What is this music that's playing? Well, what about it? Spit it out. Let's assume that Maya was the witch. Now, look at the sketch again. What kind of books does she like? She likes fantasy novels. Game of Thrones, all that. The witch dropped the scepter after having it turn the professor into gold. The scepter tumbled along the floor and was found here as asserted by the prosecution. However, that would be impossible. There's no way it could have been there. Oh, I see it now. The arm, it was... I'm glad that you seem to have noticed. The victim's arm is on the floor right here, standing on its end. Therefore, the scepter couldn't possibly have fallen that way. Ergo, it couldn't have been the defendant who dropped the scepter. In other words, Maya's not a witch! Order, order, order! How can this be? Sacre bleu! The Inquisition's reasoning has been proven invalid through just one singular piece of unusual evidence. You have found the one piece! Call it Layton's magical touch. The professor sacrificed his arm to leave us just the evidence needed to turn this thing around. I do not like the idea of Professor Layton's arm literally being ripped off to solve a crime.
That was amazing, Mr. Wright! The professor...
Objection!
An honorable deduction, Sir Blue Knight. That I cannot deny. Even if we are to assume your reasoning is correct, and that girl in the cage is not a witch. Even if? In the many trials I've attended, I have become well versed in certain aspects of magic. I am all too aware of its potential to confuse people, befuddle their minds, and make their memories hazy. No one can resist such a maddening influence. What are you trying to say, Inquisitor? The scepter could not have tumbled across the floor if the arm were in its way. However, can we be sure that is where the arm was? Are all the witnesses able to confirm its location at the time? Layton got murdered by getting turned into a statue by a witch. Maya's on trial again, because of course she is, and now we're trying to prove it.
Objection!
We heard what they had to say several times now. They agreed that the scepter fell after the victim fell over.
Objection!
Double objection! And yet no one actually saw the scepter being dropped. Witnesses, think back to that incident once more. Did the golden statue fall over first, or did the staff fall before it? Think carefully about what you have seen and heard. Everything hinges on your testimonies. Give a random smash fact about this game. Okay, so, So, while playing through Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright in order to prepare Professor Layton for Smash, he got up to the trial where Professor Layton gets turned into gold, and it's like, oh no, Professor Layton dies in this game? Well, I don't want to feature any dead characters in Smash, so that's why Professor Layton isn't in Smash. He thought Professor Layton died. Let's ignore the fact that there's a lot of dead characters in Smash already as fighters. May your words guide us to the truth and decide the fate of this caged witch. I was about to get ready to leave, but it seems there is need for further questioning. Testify once more, witnesses. Tell us the golden statue and the Telea Magica.
I was only focusing on the professor, so I don't remember much else.
I don't know, I got there last. Besides, that thing was glittering and glittering away, so I couldn't see much else.
Bewitched by love or beloved by a witch, the poor cove knows not which is which.
Dearie me, I remember. How obvious it seems now. The staff was dropped before the statue fell over.
Whoa, wait a minute. What you all said just now is totally different from your previous testimonies. Sir Blue Knight, you are starting to notice it now, aren't you? That is the way of magic. Such is the effect this black art tends to have upon those who witness it. The witnesses are not lying, but simply having trouble remembering the truth. What a convenient excuse. Confronted with magic, their brains turn to mush, huh? Ever since our ancestors drank from the fountains of wisdom and obtained the capacity for reason. Witchcraft has been the one thing to remain incomprehensible, even to the most intelligent of us. Nevertheless, the onus is on us to stand up against magic and pass judgment on these witches. Wait, did you just admit that you guys are colossal idiots around magic and that you still want to convict Maya even though you don't understand magic and how it works? Okay. And so here we are, doing battle with the weapons of the wise. Words. With words, we shall pass judgment upon this supposed witch. That is true, Lindea. Offender, you may begin your interrogation and help us arrive at the truth. I made the Persona 4 joke a billion times already.
Hold it!
Luke? You said before that you heard the scepter fall to the floor. And that was after the professor fell over.
I thought so. I thought so before, but now, the more I think about it, the less certain I am that I actually heard it. How could I have been paying attention to anything else when the professor was... And he was... Oh. My memories of everything else are too fuzzy.
I guess Luke was too shocked to take in his surroundings and notice anything else. I doubt I'll gain any more information out of him for now. I'm sorry, Luke. I understand how hard this is for you. Let's move on to the next witness. And while that's going on, I'm gonna get a drink. Got there last. Sides, that thing was glinting and glittering away, so I couldn't see much else. That thing would be...
The harm of that shiny gem next to you, Bluey.
Poor Professor Layton. More valued now than ever before. And you didn't notice the scepter on the floor.
You know, I wasn't even looking at the floor. The eyes are kind of glued to me's new source of income. If anything, I may look at the ceiling since that's where it was pointing. Finders keepers, eh? Into me pocket went.
Thank you. Someone arrest this guy, please. Witch by love or beloved by a witch, the floor, poor cove, knows which isn't which. Would you mind translating your song into plain speech?
I shall simply simplify it once more just for you, esteemed knight of the court. First of all, let's talk about love. It's pretty neat slang to rhyme for cove. A cove is slang for a chap, you see.
Hang on!
Mr. Amir, you seem to be pondering something very deeply.
It caught me unawares there, Bluey.
Did something in Mr. Birdley's statement catch your attention just now?
Nah, nothing in particular. I was just thinking. That Bard's song really got to me. I really kind of feel it in me heart.
I appreciate your appreciation of my heart.
You know, I meant to ask you something. Once you become me private bard, you can sing all about the heroic life of Emir Punchenbog the First.
I would gladly sing of your adventures if it pleases you, kind sir. Just pay me.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Show me what you got.
Show me what you've got.
Very well, as per your request. Oh, grant them your Punchambog the first. Will new fortune quench your thirst? Having bravely filched the golden arm, now you've duped the pawn shop man. I hope my song was to your liking, sir.
Yeah, very poetic.
Your drinking manner is quite inspiring, but whatever is that skull bottle hiding?
So we've learned nothing useful at all.
Just that Amir has questionable taste in music.
Sometimes it is best not to probe too deeply, Sir Blue Knight. Well then, let's just pretend we heard none of that and proceed with the interrogation.
Wiktionary lists that a man definition for a cove as Britain dated informal thieves can't. Fair enough.
Hold it!
But you haven't said anything about that until now.
Well, that could have been helped.
How so?
Now, everyone, listen well. Pencils in hand, be sure to take notes.
All right, everyone, pop quiz.
Miss Primstone's lesson number 4. Memories are not always pretty. Some things are better forgotten. Trying to remember them only leads to trouble. This will be on in the exam.
So you are saying that the victim fell over and his arm broke off after the scepter was dropped, are you not?
Correct. Well done. And so the contradiction is no more.
All right, class. How full of shit is Brimstone?
Objection!
But that's inconsistent with all the previous testimonies.
Objection!
Don't you object me?
You're quick to forget what I have told you, Sir Blue Knight. The witnesses are not lying. They are merely having trouble remembering the truth.
You know, at this point, you would throw out your entire witness gallery. Double objection from the mods, by the way.
We must do our utmost to find the truth within what they say.
Or I can do it myself. I love how we all typed it out at the same time! It's no use! These guys aren't making any sense!
What Inquisitor Barnum said must be true. They must have been confused by magic.
Espella?
We always try to make sense of what we see. So when what we see makes no sense, we lose track of what's real.
I guess that makes sense. Cross-examining a little I guess that makes cross-examining a little pointless. At least, when everyone here believes it's so easy to get confused by magic. Well, we need to do something or else Maya will be done for. I'll listen to the witnesses again and try to find something we can use.
Good luck.
Okay, Luke is completely worthless. You're worthless.
Oh, did an extra objection count happen? If it did, here's the fix.
Thank you for the extra objection. That's a gruntly lewd wolf. Thank you for the 69 bits.
Hold it!
Okay, maybe we can get some more info out of you. I'm going to ignore that O.
There you have the word witch, and it's homophone, witch.
Right. Next, we have the delightful consonants of beloved and bewitched. It is ultimately a song about confusion. I'm so confused.
Okay, that was pretty good.
This one I give because in hindsight, you have one of the best Discord notification systems. Okay, I may have some bad experience with Twitch notifications with other live streams.
Dude, thank you so much for the 80 bits, and I appreciate the compliment. Honestly, I mean, I try not to bug people too much with my Discord notifications. I only bug them whenever something's happening. Otherwise, I don't really do announcements. I do announcements without ats. Anyway, to be honest, there's nothing more to it than it's merely artistic expression of my feelings. Mostly because I don't like bothering people too much with my alerts, by the way. So, it's got nothing to do with this case, does it? Is there actually Sky Bennett voicing Pyramithra in those animations? If you scroll down on the player and you go to my About page, the About page mentions my alerts. My alerts have a link to all the fan-made stuff, and they will tell you who voices what. I am a well of melodious words and poetic music. That is my only claim.
No way!
Oh, dearie, dearie me.
Hang on!
Luke, would you like to say something?
Oh, sorry, I guess I spaced out a bit. What is it, Mr. Wright?
You seem to be thinking pretty hard about something during Mr. Bertley's song, testimony just now. Is there something you would like to share with us?
Well, I've been thinking about what Mr. Barnum said a while ago.
What was that exactly?
That humans who witness magic become confused and lose sight of what's real. And they end up not knowing what actually happened. Well, I was thinking Mr. Barnum might be right. And then it occurred to me that there might be a way. I mean, we do have with us a witness who isn't human.
Oh, dearie, dearie me. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, no way! Yo, let's go! This situation seems oddly familiar!
I asked him earlier if he remembers the events clearly or not. He said he has a memory better than an elephant and remembers everything perfectly well.
Oh my god! Ah, that's right! I almost forgot, Luke can talk to animals! I request to cross-examine the parrot!
It's alright, I know it sounds crazy, but please let me try. Let me ask Cracker to testify!
Oh my god! Ah! Oh dearie me! Should I? I'm stuck now anyway, and the witnesses' testimonies are all over the place. Oh boy, here we go again. A new testimony would be a wild card, but it might just be the thing to turn this trial on its head. That's a crazy idea, but all right. If I make a mistake now, it'll put me in a tight spot. Defender, are you still with us? This is not the time or place for daydreaming. What do you intend to do? It looks as though you've exhausted all means for a counterattack, Sir Knight in Blue. Is it not time you dropped your sword? If you have no further questions for the witnesses, Defender, I will consider your interrogation finished. What will it be then? Are we finished here? That character's name is Cracker? The parrot's name is Cracker, yes. I've got 0 time to think it over. Better make a choice now. Should I summon the parrot as a witness? Let's hear Cracker's testimony! Your Honor, the defense would like to summon a new witness. A new witness, you say? Who do you have in mind? Bumbletron, just in the future, just let us know if you're going to be posting a link, because we have to, like, approve it or not if you're allowed to post it, alright? It's a witness y'all know by the name of Mr. Cracker. Fairy godparents! Mr. Cracker? I know of no man by that name. Mr. Cracker! The defense summons its new witness, Mr. Cracker the Parrot! A parrot as a witness? Well, this isn't new.
Objection!
This is the witch's court! Joking around will be considered contempt of court!
Objection!
Mr. Cracker witnessed the crime! He saw it happen and he heard it too! He's as valid a witness as the others! No, no, no! That bird is nothing but a pet animal! Referring to it as Mr. will not change that!
Objection!
Oh my god, they are dumping all the objections right now. Humans are confused by magic to the extent that they lose sight of what's real. That is what you said yourself, Inquisitor Zacharias Burnham.
Objection!
Calling me by my full name does not help justify such brash foolishness. The Inquisition is against interrogating a parrot. By the way, kind sirs, I suppose you should know that my dear companion never forgets the sound he hears. Was that all the objections? I just want to make sure, did we catalog all the objections? Okay, cool. He remembers everything he hears, huh? It's definitely worth asking Cracker to testify. The court sees the situation as follows. The witnesses' testimonies do not hold together. In fact, they're as erratic as that bard's songs. I could not see this trial getting any more confusing. Very well, the defense may summon this avian witness. Can you believe it? What's with Mr. Blue Suit? Summoning a parrot as a witness? It's a summoning? Does he mean like how that familiar was summoned? By hook or crook, I'll do whatever I can to save Maya. Be it summoning a parrot or familiar. Whatever it takes. Within the boundaries of law, of course. Aw, Phoenix. He's a good boy. Why aren't you in Smash? Yeah, okay, whatever. Alright, witness. Not so fast! I hardly even know where to begin, but... First of all, what's the matter with that boy looking so pleased with himself? He looks like the cat that got the cream.
That'd be me, wouldn't it? Don't mind me. Just think of me as a perch for Cracker, that's all.
And just what is the purpose of questioning a bird? A parrot may be able to repeat what others say, but it cannot talk on its own.
Objection!
Oh, hey, an objection from Luke. It's precisely because Cracker doesn't talk in his own words that he's certain to tell us the truth.
What?
Cracker remembers every sound he hears, even just that once, and with absolute perfection. So let's have him testify exactly what he heard.
And if Cracker can repeat every sound, I say this should be a valuable testimony. I cannot believe this is happening. A witness that cannot talk will not lie either. This is very much to my liking. Well then, may our new witness Cracker testify to the court. We wish to know exactly what you heard from the beginning of the incident. I really hope that's it. I really hope it's just ah!
Objection!
What's this now?
Why, those are the sounds of the incident, exactly as Cracker heard them.
Ludicrous! Evidently, this is nothing but a farce after all! What do you mean, Quizzer Barnum? I must admit I found the parrot's testimony quite impressive. Even if that bird can actually recall the sounds, it is clearly useless when it comes to the order of events. What do you mean there's a problem with the order? First, the witch used magic to turn the victim into gold. Then the witness arrived. It is reasonable to assume they cried out in terror when they did so. And yet this testimony does not accurately convey such an order of events. It starts with a sudden scream, followed by the door abruptly opening, and then a witness crying out. Next we hear the victim having turned into gold, falling down. So far, so reasonable. But then the real issue is as follows. The parrot seems to think the witch cast her spell after the witnesses entered. Such a suggestion is inconceivable. The reason is simple. All that time, the victim had already been turned into gold.
Ah!
Indeed, it is as you say, Quizzer Barnum. This is a medieval version of a wiretap recording. Not wrong. The parrot's capacity for imitation is excellent. I will concede that its testimony does have some entertainment value. However, this animal's testimony cannot be allowed to stand as proof in this honorable court of law. I love how you can still see Golden Layton when they zoom out for the entire gallery.
Don't write off Cracker just like that.
Do you now see how foolish you were to summon this parrot as a witness? Ugh, not good, Phoenix. Not good at all.
Should I really go with this cross-examination when it feels like everyone in the court is against me?
I mean, no reason not to. The defense wishes to cross-examine the witness. What? Are you serious? Did you not hear what I said? Are you choosing to ignore my words? A witness that cannot talk cannot lie either. This parrot's testimony is the naked truth. I could have made a naked joke there, but couldn't come up with anything, sadly. Oh well. He's simply repeating the sounds as he heard them. It's humans who make assumptions about the meaning of those sounds and arbitrarily decide whether the testimony is good or not. But as Knights of the Court, shouldn't we be striving to uncover the truth to which this parrot holds the key? Hardy har har, Lindea. The truth, you say? Very well, show us the truth that this bird purportedly knows. Interrogate that parrot. Meanwhile, I shall enjoy the show.
Will you? Will you do it, Mr. Wright?
Ugh. Do you think it's hopeless? Defender, you may interrogate the witness. I guess we gotta press everything.
Hold it!
That's Maya screaming!
Oh, yeah, I may have let out a teeny scream. I was so horrified when the professor suddenly turned into gold like that, right before my eyes.
So that's when...
Objection!
The accused seemed to yearn for the flame so much that she cannot wait to receive her punishment. If she wishes to live any longer, she would be wise to remain silent.
I'm really sorry. I won't talk again, I promise.
Unfortunately for you, Sir Blue Knight, there is no way you can prove that it was the voice of the accused.
Objection!
You're wrong, Inquisitor. All we need to do is have her voice print. Analyze and we'll know straight away. Wait. Analyze what? A voice print?
It's nothing. Just forget what I said.
Oh boy, this world is driving me crazy. Well, then you may carry on with the interrogation.
Hold it!
Was that the sound of a door being opened?
La 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 la.
Hang on!
Excuse me, Mr. Birdley. How may I help you, sir? I've been meaning to ask this before, but why are you still on the witness stand? Are you suggesting I should leave my poor dear partner alone with strangers who cannot even sing? Huh? The very sight of Cracker causes the finest of songs to effortlessly form in my mind. Stilton, cheddar, or smoked cheese. I like my crackers with any of these. That was the cracker song. Is it not crisp and full of flavor? You're just in time for Bourbon Head? Just in time, Caesar. How's it going? We're currently cross-examining a parrot. Because of course we are. Right. Anyway, would you mind remaining quiet for the rest of Cracker's cross-examination? I suddenly got the munchies. Continue the interrogation. Also, bailiff, go fetch me some White Castle.
He seems to be saying, "Don't ask me, mate."
Defender, this is getting us nowhere.
It would seem so, Your Honor.
Yeah, I can see that myself.
By the way, I was the one who opened the door. I was worried about the professor, so I barged right into the room.
Hung out with some relatives earlier? Nice. Hope you had fun.
Poor Luke.
I mean, to be fair, Barnum did not approve of this witness, so of course he's not happy about it.
Hold it!
I think we can all agree this sounds like Miss Primstone, right?
When we entered the room, we all kind of reacted in surprise.
Hang on!
Mr. Birdley, can I ask you something? So many questions for Birdley the Bard, but most of them I shall disregard. I have felt your keen gaze upon me for a while now. You can't help admiring me, can you? The statement you heard earlier. Was there anything you'd like to comment on? I wonder if there was. My peerless companion, what do you think?
Hang on, hang on, hang on.
Oh, Mr. Wright, he's imitating you perfectly. How adorable.
I can't say I share your love for the bird, Isabella. It feels like it's mocking me. To be fair, Phoenix, everybody mocks you. Carry on with the interrogation.
Hold it!
Is Birdley playing the balalaika? Possibly. Not entirely sure what that is. I just assumed it was a lute.
But I guess the teacher's voice stifled all the rest.
Miss Primstone is known for her Centaurian? Centaurian voice of authority, allowing her to easily rise above the chatter of unruly children. Her voice would be ringing in the pupils' ears long after her class had finished. Ah, that takes me back. Only Maya's scream was as easily recognizable.
Right, let's move on to the next sound.
Centaurian, loud and powerful. Thanks for the definition, Seesaw.
Hold it!
That must be the sound of Professor falling over, I guess.
Professor?
Hang on!
Mr. Birdley, can I ask you something? So many questions for Birdley to Bard. Most of them I shall disregard. Maybe I should just ignore Birdley at this point.
Hold it!
I guess I'd better not pursue this one.
Luke, you poor thing.
Hold it!
That's the magic incantation, isn't it?
Objection!
Preposterous! At this point, the victim was already on the floor! The transmutation spell had to have been much earlier than that. I wonder... Luke, what about you? Did you hear the incantation too? Okay, fine. Birdly, did you hear the incantation? Mr. Birdly, can I ask you something? Mother trucker, I'm so mad! Stop chiming in weird moments, Birdly! I swear to God! I just want to hear what the bird has to say!
Hold it!
Objection! La 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 la!
I'm sorry, I can't seem to remember. After I saw the professor in that state, my memory of what happened just isn't clear.
I'm sorry, Luke. I know this is very painful for you. Anyhow, the important thing is that incantation. Somehow, I get the feeling there's something odd about it. It just doesn't seem quite right.
Do you think there's anything important in Mr. Cracker's testimony?
There does seem to be a fundamental problem with what he repeated. Why would the incantation come after the professor was turned to gold?
But Mr. Cracker can't tell lies, right?
Yeah, he can only repeat the sounds he's heard. Maybe we're just misinterpreting Cracker's testimony. For the time being, let's have another look at the court record and the Grand Grimoire.
Yes, of course.
Goldor transmutes the caster's target into solid gold. The spell will transmute the closest target within certain range. When did this become Power Rangers? Oh, believe me, Lundea, I made the exact same joke earlier. Closest target within range. Okay, here's the thing. I know what I need to present on. I need to present on Goldar. I know! Amir's last name is freaking Punching Bag. It's amazing! Okay, so I know what I need to present on. But here's the thing. It's about explaining the timing of everything. If I'm supposed to present the timing for for why the spell was cast after the fact, I'm thinking the idea is that Professor Layton isn't actually gold, and something else must have been turned into gold but after the fact. Goldor transmutes the caster's target into solid gold. The spell will transmute the closest target within range. So, Professor Layton. So I don't think I think it's pretty safe to say that the professor is not gold. That being said, though, the problem is I don't know how to prove that he's not turned into gold. It's about a timing thing. We have to prove the fact that he got turned into gold, theoretically turned into gold, after he's already been gold. So I'm thinking right now, what if it's like, maybe I don't know what to present here. Maybe I just present? Because there's really not much else I can present aside from this.
Objection!
Well, we'll see how it pans out for me. There is a critical contradiction in this testimony. We're well aware that, Sir Blue Knight. This contradiction is between your so-called desire to find the truth and the fact that you are interrogating a parrot. That's not what I'm talking about, Inquisitor. There is a contradiction here that makes one thing particularly clear. The fact that we clearly all made a wrong assumption. How so? Luke, can you ask Cracker to repeat the incantation once more? Oh! I'm an idiot! I'm an idiot! It's the wrong incantation! Oh! I just auto-corrected! Oops! Godor? According to the Grand Grimoire, the name for the gold transmutation spell is Goldar. Now, Inquisitor, it would seem to me that the spell we just heard is in fact a different one entirely. Well, I never! Unbelievable! Goldor and Goldor! Objection! This is ridiculous! That wretched bird must have misheard the incantation!
Objection!
Cracker is able to imitate sounds perfectly! The incantation was indeed misheard, but only by the people hearing it.
Objection!
The victim was already found in his golden state. That is proof enough that the Goldor spell was used. But you're forgetting that Cracker heard this incantation after the spell already taken place. Which makes it entirely possible that this Goldor spell was used as well. In other words, another spell besides the gold transmutation magic must also have been used. Another spell that we haven't yet considered? Now, the next question that needs to be asked is, just what is this Goldor spell?
Objection!
Utter foolishness. This is absurd. As convenient as it would be for you, there is no way that a spell by the name of Goldor exists. We have a book.
Oh, Mr. Wright.
Huh? What is it?
I found it, the page about that spell, Goldor. It's listed in the Grand Grimoire.
Yep.
Right here.
It exists? What? Order, I demand order! Just like I thought. Cracker remembered it exactly. Why did he read a book? To be fair, it was an archive book in the library. But then what kind of magic is this, Godor?
My lord, the Grand Grimoire describes it in the following way. Godor creates a portal on two sides of green-colored walls.
Green-colored walls, you say?
The portal will disappear after 5 minutes.
Creates a portal? On green-colored walls. A portal spell. Now you're thinking with portals. Godor! Portal spell. Creates a portal on two sides of green-colored walls. The portal will disappear after 5 minutes. Well, that's one form of teleportation, I guess. Aren't you a lucky man? It appears even the Grand Grimoire is on your side. However, there is a fatal flaw in your explanation. What flaw is that, Inquisitor? It's really quite simple. Think back to how the alchemist study looked at the time of the incident. Do you remember any green walls? Because I do not. There were not... Yep, not a single goddamn green spot on the wall. Not a single one. Nope, can't think of a single one. All the walls were coated with white plaster. In other words, it was impossible to use Godor in that room. I too have visited that alchemist study since the incident. I remember very well that all the walls in that room were a dull shade of white. Your little theory was interesting, Sir Knight in Blue, but has proven to be nothing more than that. A mere wild guess. Might even say it was a mass wild guessing. As long as you cannot prove that this Godor spell was used, your little theory shall be considered no further. In all honesty, I was very surprised to learn of such a spell's existence. However, as long as it was possible to have used the spell at the crime scene, your deduction leads us nowhere. So let me ask you now. Yes, Your Honor? Do you perchance have proof that you can show us? Do you prove that it was feasible for the witch to have used Godor in that room? This is no coincidence. That spell must have been used in that crime scene. But do I have the proof that it's even possible? Nah, I got nothing, guys. It's been on my mind for a while. An inexplicable mark has to be the evidence that ties up all the loose ends. The defense wishes to present evidence. Impossible! The determination in your eyes made me think you would. Now get a drink. Now then, we shall allow the defense to present its evidence to the court. Present proof that the spell Godor was used at the scene of a crime.
Take that!
The walls in the study are coated with white plaster. Not all of them, though. There is just one spot, which is green. Oh, there is? That must really suck for anyone who's colorblind. I noticed it when investigating the crime scene. You may recall there was a small painting behind the desk. And for some reason, the wall behind it was painted green. It was what? I recall seeing that painting myself too, if we look at this floor plan. I'd say it was round here.
Mr. Wright, I'll mark it on the floor plan.
It's been bothering me since I saw it. But now it's clear what it was. At the time of the incident, a portal opened up behind that painting. In other words, that was the wall utilized for the spell Godor.
Objection.
I just realized why it's called Godor. Go! A door! Certainly persistent. You just want a portal to be there so much, don't you? The wall behind the painting was green, and that's a fact! Incidentally, I remember that painting well. It was a small landscape piece. About the size of, say, an open grimoire. Yes, it was about that size indeed. A small, adorable picture. Even if a portal had opened in that small patch of green, no person would be able to pass through it. In fact, they'd just be able to put their arm through at the most. So, will you please explain how a witch could possibly have escaped through a portal this small?
He's right, Mr. Wright. No one could have gotten through a portal that small.
Have you anything to say, or are you so crushed by the realization of your mistake that words fail you? The portal was too small for a person. It doesn't require much thinking to figure that one out. But that aside, a very obvious question remains. If it wasn't a human, then what could have passed through that portal? Uh-huh. 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 Yeah, put an interesting spin on things. Why don't you answer your own question? You talk as if you know everything, so please enlighten us. A small portal was opened in the wall at the crime scene, and I have all the clues as to what that could mean. It was a baby stand, clearly. What went through that portal was... no human could have passed through a portal that small. Even a witch couldn't have pulled that off. Huh. So you're finally forsaking your mistaken assumptions? I haven't finished, Inquisitor. The fact remains that something else could have passed through that portal. Oh, and just what would that be, Sir Blue Knight? The portal was created after the professor had been turned to gold. The witch had a good reason behind that. She must have had to move something through that portal. You have captured my curiosity. I'd like to know what passed through the portal. Tell us, what did the witch use that magic portal for? I think I realized in a moment that it wasn't actually the familiar. I realized it was actually the staff. Considering the state of the crime scene, there's only one possible answer. And that is the Talea Magica.
Objection.
What is this now? The Talea Magica was found at the crime scene. A portal had nothing to do with it.
Objection.
Oh, this music is real good though. Inquisitor Barnum, you're making the wrong assumption. Wrong assumption? The witch wasn't trying to remove evidence from the crime scene. She wanted to plant it. She threw the witch's scepter into the room through that portal.
Objection.
You and your crazy theories. Do you even realize what you're saying? The amount of clickbait is going on, I will not tolerate! If she threw the staff into the room, that means... Exactly. She did it to deceive us. Her goal was to make us draw the wrong conclusions. When the incident took place, the witch herself wasn't in the room. She cast a spell from outside. What? Order, 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 I say! And that's not all. There's even more proof that the staff was thrown into the room from the outside. What proof? That proof is none other than Professor Layton's previously severed right arm. The victim's arm? How does that prove anything? None of the witnesses have testified that they saw the witch's scepter. However, a few of them claim to have heard it rattling across the floor. That's right. Please take a look at this floor plan. Since the arm was standing upright here, we know the defendant couldn't have been the one to drop the scepter. Now think about it. Where would you need to drop the scepter from in order for it to end up here? Oh! That's right. The scepter could only have come from the small portal created by the spell Godor. This is most unexpected. The witch wasn't in the room when the crime occurred. Or at least that's the defense's claim. It's the only thing that explains all the contradictions we've run into.
Objection!
Sir Blue Knight, with that imagination of yours, you could aspire to write fantasy stories. A nice try, I must admit. Oh, wow. Hey, here comes my genie who really, really loves fantasy novels. Her favorite author is Phoenix Wright. However, this line of assertion is futile. There's a glaring contradiction in your words. Another contradiction? Well, whatever are you referring to, Inquisitor Barnum? Have a good night, Bumbatron. This is the Talea Magica that was used in this incident. As we established, there are 2 magic gems in it. One for the gold transmutation spell, Goldor, and one for the shadow familiar spell, Familia. The witch in possession of this staff would not have been able to cast Godor. Yes, you're absolutely right. We can't write off all the evidence supporting my theory as a mere coincidence. Why must your agreement always be followed by a but? You see, my middle name is Columbo. What I'm getting at is, this Talea Magica is not genuine. Not genuine? That's right. And naturally, the one responsible for this deception is the real culprit of the crime. Enough of the suspense, it's too much for a man of my age. The defense shall reveal what is meant by this so-called deception. Oh no. Oh no. I think it's this one. Okay, the reason I say I think it's related to the Goldor spell is because it had to be right next to the person. Yeah, because according to this, the spell will transmute to closest target within range. And like, at least the way I'm theorizing, it has to do with the fact that from Maya's position, it would have been a little too far away. I think. I don't think it has to do with the shape of the gems, right? Although it possesses a physical form, it's completely weightless. I don't think the familiar spell has anything to do with this. I think it has to be the Goldor spell because of the closest range thing. Is either that or something in the evidence? I was initially thinking it's the shape of the gems, but unfortunately all the gems actually do match up. Yeah, the gem shapes unfortunately do match up. I'm not entirely sure what the deception might be. Why is the Goldor bookmark so far down? Because it's the latest one. It's ordered by oldest to newest. I'm going to hedge my bet it's on this, but I might be completely wrong.
Got it.
I'm thinking it may be this Goldor magic spell. What? The Goldor magic gem is fake? Think about it. Magic that turns stuff into gold? I mean, that sort of thing only happens... Well, fuck. Is this an attempt to make us believe that the crime in question never actually occurred? Your gift stub expired? I'm sorry, Max. I mean, if you have the money to subscribe yourself, there's that option, but you never have to subscribe if you don't want to. Behold, your glittering friend beside you. Are you honestly trying to claim that gold transmutation magic does not exist? Ugh, I should have said that. Can't believe I made that mistake. I really ain't. I made that mistake too. Is this full serious? Yeah. Okay, let's try that once more with feeling. Oh my god, this then sent me so far back too, jeez. Okay, there we go. We shouldn't be sitting that far back now that we saved. How long are we going tonight? At least 1 more hour.
Objection!
Objection!
Ignore these objections for obvious reasons. We're just recapping. Skip, skip, skip! I really wish this was based off the actual Ace Attorney games, because that way we can actually get to the actual swapping of our presentation. Anyway, skip, 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 right hand, blah, blah, blah. Small portal by spell Goldor, skip, skip, skip. Yes, more talking. Hammer gavel. Another quick save just in case, because that was a lot of dialogue we had to skip. Oh my god, Professor Layton Games, why are you doing this to me? Not genuine. Where did you even get that from? I don't even understand where that came from, Phoenix. Where did you assume that it's not genuine? I believe it's not genuine, but how do I prove that? Is it the Familia gem?
Got it.
First, I want to clarify one thing. Can we be certain that the Talea Magica in question is authentic? Without a doubt. I don't know how we were supposed to assume this. The metal rod in the center is called the Spina Magica, which's mark on its tip is clearly visible and highly detailed. It is impossible to forge, even by the finest craftsmen in all of Labyrinthia. I can guarantee you its authenticity. That leaves us with only one possibility. The forgery in question is the Familia Magica gem. What? A forged magic gem? Again, how was I supposed to assume that?
Objection!
That is an insult to our investigators!
Objection!
Double objection! Only witches can use the power of these magic gems, can't they? So tell me, how can you know whether a magic gem is the real thing or not?
Objection!
Hold it there! We know for certain that the spell Goldor was used. It is undoubtedly not forged. But what about Familia? Did anyone actually see a familiar at the crime scene? That's 3 months ago, when an investigation was carried out into Mr. Balduke's death, the results yielded the following conclusion. The spell Familia had been used to summon a familiar, which in turn carried out the murder. And the witch used exactly that to her advantage. Another similar incident at the same crime scene. Don't you think that would be the perfect opportunity for the witch to frame the defendant for her crimes? The defendant would be blamed for both the professor and Sir Belduke's deaths. And she'd be taken for the real witch. Oh! That was the real culprit's objective. There is a chapter in the Magic Archive, an old collection of tales of the occult, about the way to test whether or not a magic gem is genuine. How can we test it, my lord? It is very simple. A genuine magic gem is composed of a mineral with a density lower than that of pure water. All you need to do is see if the magic gem floats on water. Don't rocks in general also, like, don't small rocks in general happen to float in water? I mean, not all rocks, but I'm pretty sure some rocks float in water, right? Oh my god, they're gonna get a duck! That is simple indeed. All non-magical minerals in our world, with the exception of sepiolite and a few other special kinds, sink in water. These eerily sparkling magic gems, however, will never sink when put in water. Bailiff, remove this magic gem for immediate examination.
The magic gem's a fake. What's up with this trial? This is not how it was supposed to be.
It's all right, darling. Don't cry. You'll get to see a witch burning today. Sir Barnum never disappoints. Hush now, there.
Oh, I wanted to see that woman burn to death.
God, I hate the Middle Ages. Defender, if your theory is correct, then this should be the biggest occult crime in history. But another important question remains. I wonder if you can answer it. Who is the supposed real witch that threw the Telea Magica through the portal? The real witch. There's only one person that comes to mind. Frankly, I still find it hard to believe. But it's the only possibility. Once I indict her, there'll be no turning back. Knowing the consequences, should I give them her name?
Mr. Wright? In Labyrinthia, witches are punished by fire. I know you think that's going too far, but even in a world that seems so insane to you, those who take the lives of others must be punished. That is a universal law, isn't it?
Let's just ignore the fact that Phoenix kind of put a lot of people to death in the main Ace Attorney games. Just ignore that. The witch turned the professor into a golden statue, and that's not all. She took the life of the alchemist too. Now she's trying to pin the whole thing on Maya. To be fair, people don't get roasted in Ace Attorney. That is true. We don't even know how they carry out the death penalty in Ace Attorney. I can't just let her get away with that. Well then, defense, let us hear your theory. Who is the witch responsible for using Godor and then throwing the scepter through the resulting portal? Luke! I had a feeling.
Take that!
When you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be true. There's only one logical possibility. It has to be that person. The real witch is Jane Grey Earl. Grey Earl? I've heard that name somewhere. Wait, isn't that the butler who served Sir Belduke? That's correct. What's this about? You seem to love rolling out these ridiculous suggestions, but you ignored the obvious. Jean Grey Earl is male! Inquisitor Barnum, tell me one thing. Is it only females who can be witches? Are you daft? Of course it's only females! Never in the history of our court has there ever been a male witch. You're so utterly ignorant! You should be ashamed of yourself! Alright, well, I'd like to ask another question. Is Jean Grey Earl really a male? Now we're going into really weird territory. I don't know how to feel about this from a gender standpoint, guys. What? What a ludicrous question. It would be kind of boring if we knew all culprits in this game were ladies due to how the world's rules work here. Well, here we go. The defense is certain that Jean Grey Earl is the witch responsible for using magic on Professor Layton.
Objection!
Will you stop fooling around? This is a groundless accusation.
Objection!
Groundless, you say? I'm afraid that's where you're wrong. This is getting awkward. Surprise! Witchcraft isn't only for ladies! At the time of the crime, Jean Grey Earl was in a room next to the alchemist's study. And one of the walls in that very room was painted green. It was? What's more, that green wall was the only one adjacent to Belduke's study. What? This is madness. Inquisitor Barnum, quickly have the butler summoned to the court. Have Jean Grey Earl brought here immediately. Certainly, my lord. It shall be done.
There is no need for that. I am here. I shall come down right away.
Ah, it's you.
Well then, Mr. Wright, shall we begin?
Jean Grey Earl. It would seem this trial has turned in a new direction. I think we all need a bit of time to take it in. We shall take a brief intermission. Inquisition, defense, sharpen your swords and wits to prepare yourselves for the next stage of this battle. Yes, Your Honor. It shall be done, my lord. At the time we resumed, the examination into the magic gem should have ended as well. Now the court is adjourned for a brief intermission. Honestly, I think we might be examining this a little too hard, guys. I get what the game is trying to establish, just don't think about it too hard, guys. It is, it's not trying to be mean-spirited or anything, it's just what it is. I don't think it's trying to make a commentary on any specific thing about gender. Oh no, absolutely.
So it's gotta be that, young butler?
I know what you're thinking. I couldn't quite believe it at first either.
But
the evidence and circumstances all point to the butler. I can't believe the butler did it. He or she has to be the witch. At least, it'll be certain if magic gems turn out to be a fake. Oh man, Professor Layton is pointing to Maya! Maya, how could you? You were the witch all along!
But if that's the case, then Belduke's murderer also was...
Yeah, it would be Grey Earl.
No, it can't be true. He wouldn't have done that.
Isabella?
I know, Jean. He held Sir Belduke in the highest of respect. Jean didn't kill him. I'm sure of it.
Jean Greyle, you really what people think you are? There are still so many unknown factors in this trial.
It's Luke! I'm so sorry, Maya. What I did is unforgivable.
Aww. I am very forgiving, guys. I am very forgiving.
What are you saying, Luke? All you did was testify about what you saw. But I should have trusted you. Well, you trust us now, right? Maya. Anyway, Luke, it was thanks to you that we discovered new information. Thanks to me? Sure, you got Cracker to testify. That was a great idea. I wish I could talk to animals. Don't you too, Isabella? Oh, yes. I'd love to have a chat with Eve. So, Luke, will you teach us how to do it, pretty please?
Earl Grey tea. And the Jean may be a reference to Jean-Luc Picard.
Yes, of course I can try. Yay, that's a promise, right? Mr. Wright?
What is it, Luke?
Do you mind if I join you from now on?
Not at all, Luke.
I realized during the trial that in this strange town, even what you see with your own eyes may not be real. That's why I'm not giving up yet. Professor, I know he'll return. We can't give up hope. You know, that's what I've been thinking too. Really? I have a feeling he'll reappear again when we get in trouble and help us out. Because, I mean, it's the Professor we're talking about here. Right. And remember what he always says. Look forward to the future. Always look on the bright side.
I don't think it was the professor who said that. Defender accused! The intermission's over. Return to the courtroom. Let's go. It's time to bring this trial to a close.
Oh, I have something for you, Miss Wright. Here, please take it. Maybe it'll come in handy in the trial.
Da 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 da. Colors weave in a spire of flame. A letter, huh? Let's see who it's from. Wait. Newton Belduke? That's the real name of Masterhand? There are several sheets of parchment inside, but they're all blank.
The professor and I got this when we went to see the storyteller.
Thank you, Luke. The more info we have, the better.
You're welcome.
I've got no proof that it was Jean Greyle who turned the professor into gold. Even if the magic gem is fake, it's still not decisive evidence. I don't know what will happen next, but I do know this battle's far from over. We will now resume the trial of Maya Fey. First things first, the occult crime analysts have finished examining the evidence. They have tested the 2 magic gems from the witch's scepter. Gold ore floated on the surface of the water, whereas Famalia sank.
It was said that the genuine magic gems float in pure water, wasn't it?
Thus has been established that the Famalia magic gem is a fake. Order in court! This does not prove that Godor was used, of course. Nevertheless, the defense's theory does now seem more plausible. The court considers it worth looking into. You have no objections to that, do you, Inquisitor Barnum? No, my lord. Now then, bring in the witness. Witness, state your name and profession.
My name is John Earl Grey Earl. I served the late Master Belduke. Since his death, I've been tending to his dwelling and putting his research materials in order.
I don't know what it is, but I feel like there's something a bit different about Grey Earl today. Witness, there's something we need to clarify first of all. As you're no doubt aware, you have been accused of being a witch. Therefore, it's vital that you tell us. Are you a boy?
Are you a boy or are you a girl?
Please hold on.
What? Why, what is it?
Excuse my rudeness, my lord, but at this time, I do not intend to answer that question.
Why do you refuse to answer, witness?
I've been following this trial from the gallery, and so I am fully aware of the utter absurd accusations made against me. Alchemy, the art pursued by Master Belduke, is concerned with the rules and logic that govern nature. As someone who has been helping Master Belduke for quite some time, I dare say your theory is both illogical and impossible.
Objection!
The witch's scepter was thrown into the crime scene through a portal created by the magic spell Godor. That portal can only have been opened from your room. And what's more, one of the walls in your room is painted green.
I believe anyone is free to paint their walls in whichever color they please. Besides, your theory relies on one magic gem being a fake. While that may have been proven true, another question has arisen. Where could the genuine magic gem be?
It must have been swapped with the fake one and discarded somewhere.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
Why?
If we assume, as you have claimed, that the witch used to spell Godor, that would mean the magic gem must have been swapped after creating the portal. So tell me, when and where would the witch have disposed of the magic gem?
I see your point. Several people paid witness to the incident. The Knights of the Inquisition arrived at the scene immediately after. During that time, no one left the building and the whole place was meticulously searched. Naturally, my room was searched as well, although there is not much to see as I have few personal belongings. Are you hiding it in your pants? Are you hiding it in your pants? Despite our inspection, nothing resembling a magic gem was found. I assure you, we have not overlooked anything. I would swear it on my honor as a knight. Have you looked in Jean's pants?
So, Mr. Wright, if you wish to accuse me of being a witch, should you not first prove that there is a connection between me and this missing magic gem? Furthermore, I would appreciate it if you could please approach the matter in a rational way, like an alchemist.
The house was searched very soon after the crime. If the gem wasn't found, then it means Grey Earl hid it somewhere. So somewhere the Knights of the Inquisition would not have looked. Where could it be? Well, there is that hidden study underneath the floorboards. The witness has made a valid argument. How would the defense respond? Knights who searched Sir Belduc's premises weren't looking for a magic gem. That's why there's a certain place they didn't consider searching. Interesting, you really don't give up that easily, do you? Grey Earl is supposed to sound like girl? Entirely possible. In that case, perhaps you can tell us all where the magic gem is. I feel like it might have been in the study. It's in Sir Belduc's study? The study? You mean to suggest it's at the crime scene? Defense, show us the location of the magic gem. Where's the magic gem hidden? Ah, heck. You know what? I should have gone with my gut instinct of selecting Grey Earl because I don't think it's actually there. When I was picking out the study, I was thinking the under the floorboards area, but they won't let me select that area. I thought when they were going to say, oh, pick out the location, I thought they were going to bring up the floor plan for me. I want to know where the heck they poop. Was in the cellar study. Yeah, you're right. They're here! Under the floorboards! I didn't mean to select that, damn it! That's what happens when you button mash too hard, guys. Please, just kick me to the choice. How do you record DS games, by the way? I got a 3DS capture card. It costs a lot of money. It was mostly investment, hoping that, you know, people like my streams enough to want to cheer bits or sub to me. And frankly, I've been getting cheers and bits for my Ace Attorney game, so I'm not gonna complain. I think it paid itself off of it by now. Yeah, I say the investment definitely worked. Sir Belduc's premises were thoroughly researched. I don't think anything would have been missed there. You anticipated that, and that's why you hit it in a blind spot you knew wouldn't occur to the knights. A blind spot, you say? Well, where is it? It's somewhere on Jean Grey Earl's person. What? It's on the witness? It's in their pants! Don't tell me the witness has it in their pocket. You're just guessing, aren't you? You can just say anything you like.
By the way, I'm afraid there are no pockets in my clothing.
This is the second time I've seen Grey Earl today, and both times I had a feeling that something wasn't quite right. Maybe it's just me, but it could be related to the whereabouts of the magic gem. Show us the location of the magic gem. Where do you think this witness hid the magic gem on the day of the crime? Oh, hello.
Got it.
Witness? We met for the first time at Sir Belduke's premises. At that time, you had an amethyst attached to your collar. Oh, that's right. Mr. Grail always wears that gemstone.
Alchemists believe that amethysts emit positive energy.
Amethysts are purple. Well, when you saw you in the waiting room this morning, the gemstone you were wearing was green, not purple. So, question now is, where is it gone? Where is that amethyst that you supposedly always wear?
Objection!
Wait just a minute! The witness wears a purple gemstone? Is something amiss, Inquisitor Barnum? When we arrived at the crime scene, the witness came out to meet us. I recall the witness wearing a gemstone, but that gemstone was green. That's what I was thinking too, Lundea. Green? Amethysts are green, although amateurs sometimes mistake cerealite for amethyst, but that's irrelevant now. Witness, you've been trying to pin the blame on the defendant. In order to do that, you replace the Goldor magic gem with a regular gemstone. We thought the witch who killed Sir Belduke had used the spell Famalia. You knew that if a witch's scepter with the Famalia and Goldor magic gems attached was discovered at the crime scene, the suspect would be accused of committing both crimes. And that's precisely what happened. The girl captured at the crime scene was accused of slaying both Sir Belduke and Sir Layton. That was your plan. You removed the Goldor magic stone from the scepter and inserted your amethyst in its place. And then you attached the Goldor gem to your collar. That's why when we saw you shortly after the incident, you were wearing a green gemstone. To think that was in fact a magic gem! I don't think Maya was actually in Labyrinthia that long. I think she was actually around Labyrinthia as long as Professor Layton and Luke were.
This amounts to nothing more than conjecture. I do not believe you have any solid proof. However, I have to concede that you have surmised a logical connection between me and the missing magic gem. Consequently, I am prepared to answer your questions.
Good. I will repeat what I asked you previously. Witness, state your name, profession, and finally, your gender.
My name is Jean Grail. I have been serving the late Master Belduke. As you can see, I wear a butler's outfit. But the truth is, as the defense claims, I am a girl.
Oh hey, Sabrina from Pokemon.
A girl? Unbelievable.
Oh hey, it's Ursula's voice actress. Yeah, I forgot about that.
What? The butler is a girl?
Order, order, order in the court! Jean Grail! Are you declaring to this court that you are in fact female?
Yes.
But everyone in town was under the impression that you are a boy!
Well, that's what you get for assuming gender.
Okay, now where's Barry? Oh, Barry's just keeping down the fort at the house. You know, making tea.
Eh, did you hear that? The butler's a girl. Doesn't that make him a maid?
I knew there was something suspicious about him. I mean her. Or they.
You know why, right? Think about it.
Oh, that alchemy. That's mighty suspicious.
Maybe Barry was the witch all along! And girls can be host club owners as well. Wait.
Just listen to them. Listen to the wild gossip and accusations. Alchemists pursue knowledge of the rules that govern nature. But to the townspeople, alchemy is no different to magic. Had they known I was a girl, they would have taken me for a witch. That's what Master Belduke was worried about. He told me it would be safer to pretend to be a boy.
In other words, you disclose that you're a female, but deny that you're a witch?
I would have thought that was obvious.
She knew that once her gender came into question, she wouldn't have to been able to conceal it. That's why she made this public now. This is the most rational choice for her.
Inquisitor Barnum, may I ask you one question? Has all the evidence in this Golden Gentleman case already been presented?
Why do you ask?
As it stands, you do not have a single piece of evidence proving that I'm a witch. Given the lack of pertinent evidence against me, I would like to be permitted to return to my duties.
What say you, Inquisitor Barnum? It has been proven that the two gems were swapped. However, it may also have been possible for the accused to have done so. Maya had no reason to swap the gems. This is a place of judgment. There is no need for us to understand the reasons behind a criminal's actions. What? Excuse you? What do you mean we don't need to know motives? We 100% need motives. Huh? After all, those whom we judge are otherworldly creatures. They are witches. It is impossible for a human being to understand the reasoning of a witch.
There's nothing we can do. At this rate, Maya will be.
Yeah, I know! Barnum still thinks Maya's a witch. We've made it this far and yet it feels like we're back at stage 1.
It seems there are no more rational arguments against me. Now, if you kindly excuse me.
I don't have much on Grey Earl when it comes to the professor's case, but should I just let her go? You accidentally spoiled the twist about Jean being a girl a stream or two ago. It's okay, Max. I wasn't sure either, but I had a feeling it probably was the case. There's nothing else I can follow up on regarding the professor's case. So what can I do? There's only one other option. Miss Grey Earl, I have to ask you to remain at the witness stand.
Is there something else you wish to ask me?
Your testimony is not over yet. There's still something you need to tell us about.
Mr. Wright, I'm afraid I can't help you. I have told you all I could about this incident.
And I'm afraid you've got the wrong idea, Miss Grey Earl. Your Honor, what if this witness needs to testify about is not the professor's unfortunate incident, but rather the incident from 3 months ago, namely Sir Belduke's death? As she is presented in the building at the time, working as a live-in butler, she needs to testify about the events of that day. About Sir Belduke's death? The fact that one of the magic gems was swapped leads me to a single conclusion. Both crimes, the murder of Sir Belduke and the transmutation of the professor, were the work of the same witch. The truth behind the alchemist's death may also hold the answer to this case. What is your opinion on this, Inquisitor Barnum? I'll allow you to have your way this time, Sir Blue Knight. The Inquisition has no objections.
Inquisitor Zacharias Barnum, it seems you have lost that unyielding attitude so admired by the townspeople. Here you are now, letting a novice defender lead you by the nose. It's hard to believe you have been known as the unwavering sword of justice for your usually cool-headed judgment.
You know little about me, witness. Do you think I care about defending my name? It is this town that I wish to defend. Sir Belduke's murder is the only case that have remained unsolved for so long. Jean Grey Earl, you shall now testify about it. As demanded by both the defense and Inquisition, the witness will testify about Sir Belduke's death. Any questions? No, my lord. Must, however, mention one more thing before we begin. It cannot be proven that Jean Grey Earl is a witch as claimed by the defense. The court will irrevocably consider Maya Fey to be the witches responsible for both crimes. It's too bad you don't have the power to rewind time. Is that understood? You have no choice, Sir Blue Knight. If you don't want the trial to end right now, ready your sword and face the challenge that awaits. But the opponent is a real witch. It's a gamble that puts Maya's life at stake.
Nick.
Maya?
No witch is gonna outwit you in court. You're an ace attorney after all.
Ah! Roll credits.
So, let's do it.
The defense accepts the conditions. Let's proceed with the trial. Huh. Inquisitor Barnum, you may begin. We shall start with a brief summary of the incident. About 3 months ago, in the dead of night, Sir Belduke the Alchemist was murdered. The crime took place in his study, just as with this incident. The room had been locked from the inside. The victim was still seated on the chair at his desk, so we can assume he was attacked while working. There were very clear strangulation marks visible on his neck. Oh, there's something trickling down from his mouth. Is that blood? Yes, most likely. The victim probably bit his tongue as he was struggling with his assailant. And you said earlier that some white powder was spilled all over the floor, correct? Yes, hence we expected to find the killer's footprints. However, there were none. The killer must have somehow approached the victim without stepping on the floor. After murdering Sir Belduke, the killer left the room without opening the door. Undoubtedly, the crime must have been committed with the use of a witchcraft. The body was discovered by the following morning by the butler, Miss Grey Earl. The body was found by Grey Earl, huh? Thank you, Inquisitor Barnum. The court illustrator's sketches will be added to the evidence. Now, witness, begin your testimony. Tell us about the evidence spanning the night of the crime from the event evening beforehand until you discovered the body. I mean, to be fair, footprints are a little more easier to identify. Foot size and all that.
Around 1 o'clock at night, I excused myself and left Master Belduke in his study. When I called him for breakfast in the morning, he did not respond. The door to his study was locked. A neighbor had come for a visit just then, so we forced the door open together. All the potions and other concoctions from the study have been confiscated. I wonder if they're being properly stored.
Potions and concoctions were confiscated? The victim was an alchemist, after all. We were hoping it's the items confiscated from his room would provide some clues. Besides, such things must not fall into the wrong hands. It may not be standard practice, but it was deemed necessary. The confiscated goods are stored in our secret vault. The only person with access to them is the High Inquisitor, Lady Darklaw.
It has caused me great difficulty, as I have not been able to put Master's research materials in order as a result.
The confiscated items shall be returned as soon as Sir Belduke's murder is resolved.
I shall be looking forward to that.
Defense, you may begin the interrogation.
Hold it!
So you last saw him alive at 1 a.m., is that correct?
Yes. Master had a habit of conducting his experiments at night, so it was the usual time for me to finish my work.
Weren't you helping him with those experiments?
He would sometimes have some errands for me, but alchemists certainly keep their experiments a secret. That's why I would always excuse myself at that time, unless Master had some other tasks for me.
And that night was no more work for you?
That's correct. I wished Master a good night as I shut the door behind me and then heard him lock the key. There was nothing unusual about him, at least nothing I noticed.
I called for him in for breakfast in the morning, did not respond. And what time was that?
Master would always take his breakfast at 9 a.m., so it was around that time.
So you didn't have the key to Sir Belduke's study, is that correct?
Yes. There's only one key to that room, and Master always kept it with him. Master's research was a very delicate matter, you see. We had to take strict measures to prevent outsiders from entering that room. Occasionally, delinquents would try to make off with one or two of the Master's medications.
Thieves stealing from an alchemist? I can't tell if that's incredibly brave or incredibly stupid.
Probably the latter. That's why the door to that room was made from thick oak wood. I wouldn't have been able to force the door open on my own.
You couldn't have entered the room before that, then. Neighbor had come for a visit. Wait, you mean you broke the door? The only key to that room was in Sir Belduke's pocket. The only way to enter the study was to break the door open. And you managed that with the help of a neighbor who came to visit?
Yes, it wasn't a social visit, mind. He came as a patient.
A patient? Can you tell me more about him?
Objection!
The victim's neighbor is irrelevant. He has nothing to do with this case. Ugh, I think you're pushing it this time. A witness is hardly irrelevant. What's got him so shaken? He looks as if he just had a rush of blood to the head.
Master Belduke had been making very potent medicines, among other things. We would get people coming from the town at all hours of the day or night asking for them. And yet, in return for all the help Master offered, people would gossip about him dabbling in witchcraft. So you broke the door together with a neighbor? Yes, when I explained the situation to him, he brought over an axe. Then he proceeded to attack the door with great force, smashing it into splinters. I see. By the way, about that neighbor. Who was that?
It's time for Emir's grand entrance. Did you miss me, guys?
Oh.
Order! Order! Could it be that it was you who...
Where are you looking, old man? I'm right here. And as for who I am, I'm the alchemist's neighbor and a witness in that case too.
Are you freaking kidding me right now, game? Passion for justice seething within. Emir is always at the crime scene. It's you again. You're the guy from earlier, right?
Yep, that's me, Emir's name. How you been, Bluey?
Are you really the alchemist's neighbor? Seriously?
I know, right? Freaky coincidence, eh? But yeah, his house is next to mine.
Ridiculed earlier, Emir returns, drinking like a king he's never ever learns. That's why I tried to stop you from asking about the neighbor.
Ah! I so called Inquisitor Barnum.
Unable to hold his steady cold gaze, Emir drinks fast as if in a daze. And a musician standing next to you.
Ah, yeah, that's me, Private Bart Birdley. I'm a genius.
Hold on. No, dearie me. Oh, dearie me. Well, no use shutting the stable door after the horse has bolted. Let's move on. Witness, you're already here. You may as well add your testimony. Testify about what you witnessed on the morning after the crime.
You can count on me. It dawned on me that the witch cast familiar like a district.
Can you tell me what caused that sudden realization?
Yeah, thing. When the Inquisitors came round, I went to have a little leak at the crime scene. That's when I heard them talking about it. I was surprised because he must have come to the same conclusion as me. Crikey, they can do their job, them Inquisitors, I thought. It had to be from area.
So he was eavesdropping.
If it happened here, I thought I use all the rest of myself.
Witness, you're testifying in court. Can you not restrain yourself a bit?
What, yeah? I can hear I got out to keep it cleared up. It can be protein medicine.
Tis the drink Emir lives to savor, with an intoxication scent and flavor. Anyway, this is a waste of time. I should be looking for decisive contradictions. Witness, continue your testimonies.
All the potions and the other concoctions of the study have been confiscated. Those items were confiscated 3 months ago. Still haven't gotten them back? No, not a single thing. Even though many of those were personal items with no relevance to the crime. Now that I think about it, that room did look pretty empty. As I said, the victim was an alchemist, and among his possessions were some very dangerous concoctions. But he did produce medicines to aid sick townsfolk as well, to give him his due. That's not entirely true, Andrew. Other Professor Layton characters showed up at the beginning of the game. Indeed, alchemy is highly beneficial to the townspeople, even if they fail to notice it. It may have been beneficial of it, but it also inspires fear. People fear what they do not understand. At any rate, I cannot return the items to you until Sir Belduke's case is resolved. That's what High Inquisitor Darklaw has decided. And the confiscated goods are being kept in a secret vault by the Knights of the Inquisition? Even the Inquisitors cannot freely enter that vault. It is strictly supervised. Well, I figured out the motivation for why Earl Grey tried to, or rather, Grey Earl tried to frame Maya. That's all they have to say, huh? I really didn't expect him to appear, but maybe I should be used to it by now. Excuse me, Mr. Wright. Sorry to interrupt your train of thought. Hmm? Oh, that's okay. What is it? I'm wondering if it's just me, but I've been thinking about Mr. Ymir's testimony. I think what he said is a little strange, isn't it? Yeah. How can I put it? It's pretty obviously contradictory. He was so keen to testify, maybe we should give him some attention to those contradictions out. What a good idea, Luke. Dawned on me then, the witch cast Famalia, just like in this case.
Objection!
There's something you don't seem to understand here, Mr. Ymir. The Famalia gem in this witch's scepter is a fake. The gem is useless. Just like this buffoon's testimony. Ah! Therefore, your testimony doesn't hold water. Just like anything else, he says.
What?
Ignored and scorned without credibility. Will Majestic Ymir now show humility?
What? A fake?
You should have listened to the trial more carefully! Now that has been dealt with, Inquisitor Barnum. This witch's scepter was not discovered at the crime scene when Sir Belduke was murdered, is that correct? Indeed, we deduce that Famalia must have been used, however.
Objection!
But that Famalia magic gem was a fake! That much has been demonstrated today. What's more, as we learned from Cracker, the parrot's testimony, the witch used to spell Godor. The fact that there's a green wall at the crime scene corroborates that.
Objection!
That wall may not have been painted green 3 months ago. And besides, no one could have passed through a portal so small. To be honest, I've started wondering, were Sir Layton and Sir Belduke's murders actually committed by the same witch?
Objection!
Your Honor, I'd like to remind you that the Inquisition's claim. He's right, though. It's gotta be the same culprit in both cases.
Oh, Genie! Genius Slots, come on out. We need you now. Spin those wheels and give us the answer that we need. Ruby Raiko asks, will Amir rear his ugly head in yet another case? And the answer is... How would she know? She doesn't play video games. How is she supposed to know whether or not he shows up again? Thank you, Genie. See you later. Much appreciated.
And at the very least, it's possible that the witch used to spell Godor to commit Sir Belduke's murder. What? In any case, I will ask the defense to show us proof. Do you have proof that this witch could have used Godor to kill Sir Belduke? Holy moly!
Baby, I like hamburger. Maybe our Genie needs some food for thought. Hamburger.
Yo, Wolf, thank you for the 121 bits. That's a tasty-ass burger. And Genie just casually stole it from me. Thank you, Genie. Okay, let's take a look at these images real quick. I do have proof!
Take that!
I'd like you to take a look at these. Aren't those the Court Illustrator sketches? As you can see from this sketch, the victim was seated at his desk when he was murdered. And what can you see right behind the victim? A small landscape painting. Thank you, Inquisitor, but there's one more point of note. Look closely at the painting. Do you notice anything behind it? Oh, I see it. I see it now. It's all within my reach. The wall behind it had already been painted green, which means the witch could have used a portal right there 3 months ago.
Objection!
One moment, my lord. Considering how small that portal would have been, could a witch have passed through it? I think not. Of course a witch could not be able to go through it. However, if you look at the distance between the portal and the victim, you'll notice the victim, Sir Belduke, was sitting at an arm's length from where the portal would have been. The witch did not have to enter the room at all. All she had to do was reach through her arms in order to strangle Sir Belduke, who was sitting right under the painting. Dual Destinies did not get a physical release in English. Neither of the 3DS Ace Attorney games got released physically. Order! Inquisitor Barnum, what say you to that? A fascinating theory, Sir Blue Knight. But there is a notable contradiction within it. Where would that be? Tell me, why do you think we concluded that Fomalia had to have been used? We had a certain reason for it, of course. And what was that reason exactly? The crime scene had been tampered with. How so? Imagine the circumstances of Sir Belduke's death, and it should become obvious even to you. Ace Attorney games in general don't sell well, to be honest. I mean, they sell fine, they just don't sell like gangbusters. I think they sell more in merchandise. The victim was choked to death. And yet there was no signs of a struggle. Highly improbable, don't you think? What are you getting at? Think about it. Can you imagine anyone just sitting back and letting themselves be strangled? Clearly there should have been evidence of a struggle. And since we haven't found any, that must mean the killer erased all traces of a fight from the crime scene. Indeed, that would be the logical conclusion. Now, surely it would be impossible to do any such thing had the witch only reached inside through a portal. In order to cover the evidence she left behind, the witch had to have used a familiar. Without doing so, there would not have been no reason for her to use the spell Godor.
Objection!
Miss Grey Earl could have done it. She might have been able to tamper with the crime scene. What are you talking about? The morning of the crime. From the time Miss Grey Earl and that guy entered the study until the arrival of the Knights of the Inquisition, there was a window of time in which she had the opportunity to do so. We need to look into what happened in that window. You haven't seen various figures? Where do I see it? No, oh, there's a shit ton. You guys have, there's a video that actually documents how much Ace Attorney merchandise there actually is. There's like, this, I'm going to be listing some small stuff, but there are some bigger things. Like I mentioned, perfume, stickers, keychains, backpacks, all kinds of various stuff. Oh, Japan. They sell like gangbusters in Japan. It seems we may be in need of another testimony. Witnesses testify what happened in the time between the body being found and the Knights of the Inquisition arriving.
Sure thing, ask me anything. I'll tell you all you need to know.
Oh, glorious Emir, tell us more. Maybe you won't be laughed at as before. Only two people accessed the crime scene at the time, Grey Earl and Emir. Believe it or not, Emir is the key witness in this case.
I broke down the chair and saw the alchemist slumped in his chair. Gave me a jolt. The butler hurried and called the Knights of the Inquisition. He never entered the study. What did I do then? I asked to keep an eye on things. So I went in there and a bit of a look at everything. All that made me pretty drowsy, so I went and took a little nap on the couch.
Wait, what? Miss Emir, you said the butler didn't enter the crime scene?
Yeah, but he never set foot in there. The moment he saw Belgium, he told me this young Carter the Knights of the Inquisition arrived. And then off he went. What a resourceful alchemist that alchemist has, I thought to myself.
I almost feel sorry for you, Sir Blue Knight. After all, your suspect couldn't have tampered with the crime scene. That can't be true. Defense, please proceed with the interrogation. Yes, Your Honor.
I broke down the door and saw the alchemist empty his chair.
And I will do a quick save. I don't know how much left is in this trial, but it feels like we're getting close to the end. So I'm going to actually have to brute force my way through this.
Hold it!
Before you smashed the door, did you check that it was really locked?
Of course I did! We tried to get it open without resorting to brute force, but it wouldn't budge. So I went to fetch me a lovely little axe.
I do not trust a drunk man with an axe. His wooden enemy stood tall and still, yet Amir sprang forth. It was overkill.
Did you think I lied about the door being locked?
No, of course not. Boy, she's so sharp she might cut herself. Or me. Most likely me.
So then I went inside. The alchemist was slumped in his chair.
While we're at it, allow me to confirm something. When you entered the room, did the victim look the way he does in this sketch?
Yep, she's spot on. Nicely drawn, too. At first I didn't know he was really good. He looked like he just passed out or something, tired from his research. That prince of his is real good. To be able to tell a single glance that the alchemist was done for. I better hurry to call the Knights of Inquisition.
Are you sure the butler didn't enter the crime scene?
Yeah, like I said, he didn't set foot in that room. I went and sorta didn't know what to do, but the butler just backed out the situation in the blink of an eye.
Yo, Sense Mage, how's it going?
He told me he had gone and then he ran out.
You went to call the Knights of the Inquisition, is that right?
That's correct. I went to the nearby garrison.
We have the records of when the crime was reported. A master witness's testimony.
I returned to Master Belduke's house with 2 knights. I began an investigation immediately, taking away Master's research materials and concoctions. In the end, I wasn't able to enter the room that day.
Burmsai, you beat the game. Can you confirm? If I brute force it, will I be able to finish this tonight? And by this, I mean the trial. There's no doubt about it. As she is the alchemist's apprentice, she was under close observation following the incident.
I wasn't aware of that.
So, in the end, she didn't have access to the crime scene at all on... she didn't have access to the crime scene at all on that day, huh? Oh, it's time to speedrun the entire game? Yeah, no problem. How the hell do you even speedrun an Ace Attorney game? By the way, what were you doing on that time?
Huh? What? Me? What you do now? I guess I was asking to keep an eye on things.
What were you having a look at?
Well, I asked to take care of the crime scene, wasn't I? So I had to, like, make sure everything was in order. I mean, you know, it's not like I went wild with excitement after being left in a real alchemist room full of mysterious stuff.
I'm sure you didn't, Mr. Sticky Fingers.
And, besides?
Besides?
He obviously looked for something, so I was doing that too.
Hang on!
Miss Grey Earl, you look lost in thought.
Oh, were you talking to me?
Even she can be caught off guard, if I could choose the right moment. You've been listening to Mr. Amir's testimony, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
He was asked to look for something. It was you who asked him, I assume. What did you tell him to look for?
I think you're mistaken.
You can probably do it with some speed. Alright, I'll try to speed up the reading then. Just let me get a quick drink of water. My throat's getting a little dry, not gonna lie. I'm gonna fry. I wanna cry. I wanna die! Oh my!
I don't remember making a request of that sort.
Huh?
Oh, Oh, Bluey! Were you even listening to what I said? It was a lady that asked me! The butler's a guy in numbskull!
Aw, look how cute she is. How dare you, Amir? How rude. Incredibly, incredibly rude.
Hey! What's up? Why's everyone looking at me like that?
Quite a while ago, we learned that the butler, Jean Greyroll, is actually female.
What?
That's why when you said a lady asked you to research something, we assumed it was Miss Greyroll.
What? What?
Wait! No! Wait! That's actually relevant! That means someone else was there! If Amir thinks that Jean was a boy, that means another lady told him to look for something else! Who was the lady? I'm daydreaming, listening but not hearing. That look of shock is almost endearing.
What the? Why didn't anyone tell me before?
Do you require a personal notification? You should have been listening to the trial. Knights of the court squabbling with a witness is most unseemly. What would like to know is this: who was the lady that made the request of Amir?
Oh, yeah, that was actually Miss.
He's absolutely certainly talking about me.
What? The mail lady?
Oh, and you are?
Oh, I'm Letty. Hang on a minute. I'll get down there post-haste.
Her name is Letty, as in letter. Har! Ha har har! Post haste, yeah.
But, Miss Letty, who are you precisely?
Me? Who am I? I'm Letty Mailer. I'm the courier.
The courier?
A courier is a person who collects and delivers letters or packages.
I know, thanks anyway, Isabella. I wish she stopped misreading my mind. Hold on, Miss Mailer. Do you mean it was you who irresponsibly made such a request to that troublemaker?
Oh, me? Maybe. Yes, I guess so. I asked him to help me find something.
Outrageous! Why was I not informed of this?
I guess no one told you. Maybe because you didn't ask.
It seems we will need to ask you to testify, Miss Mailer. Explain to us how you were involved in this case.
Frankly, I wouldn't say I was involved in anything. Now I'm in a tight spot. I bet it's because that guy said something weird about me.
Ease up on me, lady, like your saying goes. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Beats being a pickle on your own, eh?
Okay, so, Sakurai, being the time traveler that he is, when he was preparing to make the first Super Smash Bros. On 64, he time traveled to the future because he wanted to get ideas on who's going to be popular in the future. Unfortunately, he went to an alternate universe where Ness and Captain Falcon are still relevant, but hey, them's the breaks. But you know what was still there? Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. So he was playing through this game, and he got to the part that says, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. And he was like, oh hey, that's a really cool idea I can implement into my team matches. So basically, it's all because of Amir that you can steal your party members, your teammates' stocks when you're doing team matches. Now then, Miss Letty Mailer, testify about that day. Voice could make windows shatter. I think it's cute.
So Belduke said he had a letter sent, so I came by to pick it up.
Hold it!
You mean you came to pick up a letter from Sir Belduke?
Yes, I was told by Sir Belduke that it'd be ready in the morning.
Why is Linkle helping Phoenix? Theoretically, she is, she's a witch. You go to bed and see if you can find some peace of mind tomorrow. No worries, Gaddy. You have a good night, man. Good luck with work.
What's more, he said it was extremely important. I felt a sense of duty surging within me.
Miss Grey Earl, I have a question.
Yes, what is it?
Did anything catch your attention during Miss Mailer's statement?
Nothing in particular, at any rate to begin with. I was not aware of the fact that the courier visited us that day. Ah, that's right! You weren't there when I arrived. Once I found the letter, I left immediately.
Did you know about this letter, witness?
I never pry into Master's personal matters, just such as his correspondence.
Well, that should conclude the testimony. So now we know there was a third witness. And a third save file to override.
But Miss Mailer only came in to pick up a letter. That doesn't help us much, does it? Well, perhaps there's more to it than meets the eye.
A letter, eh? Internet, eh? What, eh? Belduke was about to send a letter to someone before he was killed. May not be relevant to this case, but something about that is bothering me. Maybe it's worth asking Letty about it. Sir Belduke said he had a letter to send, so I came by to pick it up.
Objection!
The letter you found that morning. Was it by any chance this one here?
Ah! Yes, that's the one! But wait, how did you get it? You're a piece of work, all right. You don't deserve to be in Smash!
Objection!
Hold it! Sir Blue Knight! How did you come by that letter? It was just sort of fell into my lap, so to speak. It was the professor who found it, but he doesn't need to know that. Defender! Just what in the world are the contents of that letter? Well, letter's blank. What? All this fuss over a blank letter? As you can see, there are some sheets of parchment inside the envelope. Indeed, and there's not a trace of ink on them. What's the meaning of this? Don't forget that Sir Belduke was an alchemist. He may have used some kind of invisible ink to write that letter. Oh wow, apparently invisible ink does exist. Huh, indeed.
About that, it doesn't make sense to me.
What? Miss Mailer?
The thing is, when I saw that letter, all the pages were full of writing. So you know.
Objection!
Hold it, witness! You saw the contents of Sir Belduke's letter?
Uh-huh. I didn't read it. It's just that, you see.
Witness, this is an important matter. You will need to testify about it. Tell us what you know about this letter.
That night, probably about 1 a.m., I made a delivery to Sir Belduke. He was writing a letter at the time. It'll be ready soon, so come pick it up tomorrow morning. That's what he said. I left to study and wished the butler a good night. Then I went home. I went there again the next morning, as promised. Sir Belduke was, well, anyway, I looked for the letter. Then the guy went out like a light on the couch. I got a little scared, so I left as soon as I found the letter.
Huh. I see. So you witnessed the victim write the letter?
I wouldn't say witness. That sounds so legal. The sheets of parchment were on his desk, though. I saw that. And they were covered in writing, margin to margin.
But you don't... But you don't know what the letter was about?
Telling you would be a breach of our privacy policy. I cannot reveal its contents or who it was addressed to.
Oh, of course, I understand.
Frankly, I didn't get close enough to Sir Belduke's desk, so I couldn't make out what he was writing.
In any case, where did you find the letter the morning after the victim was found dead?
On a shelf, next to his desk, in a small letter box. Oh yes, right there, next to his head. It was a teensy little scared though, so coming close to a dead man.
That's where she took the letter from. Just right next to the corpse, huh? Now that the circumstances are clear, we shall proceed to the cross-examination. I think you're not allowed to break company rules even under court of law. I don't know, Burnside would be able to answer that one.
That night, probably about 1 a.m., I made a delivery to Sir Belduke.
I'm gonna do a quick save.
Hold it!
That's pretty late to be making a delivery.
Look, he's an alchemist. He gets loads of strange packages, that's why.
You know, like a mailer being forced to reveal the contents of someone's mail for court of law.
He'd often order various implements from the glass craftsman or someone gather wild herbs for him. He usually carried out his experiments at night, so yeah, he often needed items delivered in the middle of the night.
Does Sir Belduke seem at all different than normal when you saw him that night?
Different? Let me think. Actually, yes. I think it was about 3 days before Sir Belduke's death, that lightning strike.
Lightning strike? Ah, yes. The sky was clear and there was a sudden flash of lightning. Out of nowhere, an old bell tower appeared in flames. Ah, yes, that certainly was an unusual event. They all seem so calm about it. A tower suddenly materialized in the town is more than just an unusual event, right?
I had a delivery for Sir Belduke that evening too. He looked terrified that night, as if he was scared of something.
Hang on!
Excuse me, Miss Grey Earl.
Oh, what is it?
Did anything in Miss Mailer's statement catch your attention?
Well, just the lightning strike. Master Belduke did certainly change following that event. I wonder why it affected him so much.
An alchemist and the sudden appearance of an old bell tower. Would there be some sort of connection between them? Anyway, it looks like Grey Earl is as much in the dark about this as I am. By the way, that strange lightning strike was not the result of witchcraft. I see. Well, then let's carry on. What do you mean it's not the result of witchcraft? You literally summoned a tower out of a bolt of lightning!
Hold it!
You saw the letter he was writing?
I told you before, there were sheets of parchment with writing on them on his desk. I had a very quick look. There were so many sheets, the letter must have been very long.
Then how can you explain the letters being blank now?
That's just it. That's what I'd like to know as well.
I wish I had some earplugs.
said Belduke. He was holding a pen when I arrived at the delivery, so he was in the middle of writing. And so he told me to pick up the letter next morning.
And then you left his study. Left his study and wished the butler a good night.
Hold it!
Wait a minute. When you say butler, you mean...
Miss Grayhill, of course. She was in courier carrying a tray.
Hang on!
Miss Grayhill, I'd like to ask you something.
Oh, certainly. What is it?
You say previously that you excused yourself and left Mr. Belduke's study shortly after 1 a.m.
Yes, that is correct.
However, according to Miss Mailer's testimony, the two of you came across each other while you were waiting outside that room. Why didn't you mention that until now?
That's because... I apologize. I'm afraid I completely forgot to mention it.
You forgot.
Miss Mailer very often comes with deliveries during the night. I did see her that night as well, but I didn't think much of it, as it's nothing unusual. I had no reason to hide that from you. Please forgive me for the confusion.
Well, that kind of thing can happen. Your memory is in no way perfect. I don't imagine there's a problem here, is there? On the contrary, Your Honor. There's one more thing Miss Grayhill forgot to mention. What is it? I'd like you to recall what Miss Mailer said about having met Miss Grayhill that night.
Miss Grayhill, of course. She was in the corridor carrying a tray.
Well, Miss Grayhill, apparently you were carrying a tray at the time. What do you have to say about that? Jean Grayhill, I believe you should add that to your testimony.
As you wish, my lord.
It's unlikely she really forgot about it. The fact she was trying to hide it must mean something.
Miss Mailer left just as I was bringing Master his usual drink.
Hold it!
What do you mean by usual drink?
Master's experiments continued into late hours. He would always have some juice to ward off sleepiness.
What kind of juice?
Tomato juice.
Why are you reacting to tomato juice, sir? Excuse me, mister. Mister!
Ugh, I know nothing about it, nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh yeah, I realize a lot of cute girls are the murderers. I don't know how I feel about that. Witness, what have you done this time?
Don't give me that scary look, Inquisitor Batman. It's only just a little bit. Seriously, hardly anything at all.
Yeah, that's just something Emir does. We've learned to not question it. What are you talking about?
Well, I think about the juice, the tomato juice, of course.
Tomato juice? Oh, you didn't. Surely even you wouldn't.
Like I told you before, I think I sort of overdid it a bit the previous night. I woke up, my head was pounding, that's why we went to see the alchemist. Well, you know what happened? And when I was left alone in the alchemist study, it kind of caught me eye.
The bottle, I mean.
The tomato juice.
I got might make the headache go away, you know?
So you drank it. The juice found at the crime scene.
Yeah, well, why should I just drink, ain't it? What else do you do with a drink? You drink it, right?
And can you tell us where that bottle is now? Come to think of it, I don't remember seeing it at the crime scene.
It's been confiscated.
Confiscated?
As I mentioned previously, the occult crime analysts confiscate all the master's personal belongings from the crime scene.
Is that so? Well, I believe we should take note of that bottle and add it to a court record. Tomato juice bottle, brought to Belduke before his death. Emir drank some of the juice the following day.
Yeah, so I was having a bit of juice when the girl came around. To tell you the truth, I couldn't quite remember what happened after that.
That's when he passed out, huh?
Hold it!
You took the letter from the crime scene?
That's right. I took it from the crime scene.
Objection!
Do you not realize that pinching evidence from a crime scene is itself a crime worthy of severe punishment?
Well, it might be a crime, unsure. Sure, but just look at the witch's defender. He's got to defend a witch using any dirty tricks at his disposal.
Dirty tricks? What dirty tricks?
It's the same for me, you know. I'm a carrier, so come rain or shine, I've got to deliver. Hey, there's mail! There's mailer!
I'm so inspired by the young lady's fear that I kinda just had to help.
I really should not be surprised by now that all these people break the damn law every chance they get. Although inspired by your dedication, he betrayed a lack of concentration.
It's entirely my fault that it came to that. Had I only been at the residence then.
Ugh! Grail was notifying the knights at the time.
Then that guy went out like a light on the couch. I got a little scared, so I left as soon as I found the letter.
He went out like a light? Oh no, I've seen Ace Attorney characters be this stupid before.
He was helping me look for the letter, and then it happened. Out of the blue, he just passed out. The rascal. He collapsed, and his eyes rolled back, and he wouldn't move.
It almost sounds like he died.
No such luck, unfortunately. That horrible sound. He was grating his teeth. I thought my ears would explode.
Yeah, but I'm not sure what came over me. Never happened to me before sleeping like that. Oh, I didn't just fall asleep. Feel like sort of blacked out, I guess. No idea why. Boy, you guys, what do you think? Any ideas?
Yeah, what Woot said. Like, I know a lot of times that Wendy Oldback stole stuff. I think it bears no relevance, and there you have my honest answer.
And I think it's good that I wasn't there.
But the question is, why did he black out like that? Your Honor, I might have a clue as to why this witness suddenly lost consciousness. You do?
Really? Did you work out, Bluey?
If that's the case, may the defense present some evidence. Which piece of evidence showed why this man fell unconscious?
Take that!
Mister, I believe the reason you might have lost consciousness at the crime scene is tied to a certain piece of evidence.
But wasn't it just because, you know, I had a bit too much fun life before?
No, it was because of this.
Alright, kids! Do y'all know how to read tomato juice? Remember, you don't put carrots in tomato juice. Carrots are too orange. You know what you should put in tomato juice? That's right, blood.
You passed out right before drinking this juice. Therefore, it's not unreasonable to assume that there's a direct connection between these two.
Alternatively, tomatoes. But we're dealing with a murder scene, so blood is just as suitable a substitution.
Tomato juice does not make people fall unconscious, Sir Blue Knight. Do you think this game would be a lot more interesting if Darklaw was a persecutor instead? We don't know a whole lot about Darklaw so far. I need to know more about her before I can say that for sure. Yeah, blood juice. Exactly, that's why something must have been added to the contents of that bottle. Like, if we, like, I don't know if I want to say Darklaw is more interesting or likable. I would say she's more mysterious because we don't know anything about her. Something like a soporific. I don't know how to pronounce that word, sorry. You mean sleeping medicine? And if a soporific was mixed in with the tomato juice, that means Sir Belduke must have been unconscious at the time he was assailed. Oh! Oh! The sketch, have another look! The red liquid trickling down from the victim's mouth is proof that Sir Belduke must have drank the tomato juice. I had failed to consider this. Inquisitor Barnum, I bet you remember saying this to the court. Do you imagine anyone just sitting back and letting themselves be strangled? Clearly, there should be evidence of a struggle. And since we haven't found any, that must mean the killer erased all traces of a fight from the crime scene. However, if the victim was unconscious when his assailant was strangling him, then the killer could have committed the crime through a small portal, big enough to put their arms through after all.
Objection!
That may be so, but tell me this. How would the culprit have managed to obtain such a strong soporific? Oh, thank you, Nightbot. I need a drink. I've been talking all night. Dialogue-heavy games like this is killer on the throat, everyone. It was very simple, and I think you've realized why. From the alchemist. That's right. An alchemist would no doubt have a wide array of various medications in their possession. And an apprentice would have little trouble stealing some of them from their study. Isn't that right, Miss Grey Earl?
How should I respond to that? I'm sorry to disappoint you, may perhaps be the best way to put it.
What do you mean?
Even though that juice bottle has been safely stored for the past 3 months, I'm positive it would be impossible to find any traces of that soporific right now.
You wicked! This is unbelievable. Was it really the butler who did it?
But that's cliche! Everything she says holds true! He was pretending to be a boy. That's mighty suspicious to start with.
Is she a witch? Gonna head off for tonight? Need some sleep? Fun streaming always? No worries, Dirt Dog. Have a good night, dude. Just imagine you could be playing Kingdom Hearts right now. Oh my gosh, he literally deafened everyone in the room!
Hold on, everyone! The butler couldn't have done that to Sir Belduke. She would never ever do it. Please, let me testify just one more time. Miss Grayo, let's tell them. Let's prove they're wrong.
They have no idea how much you've done for Sir Belduke. Miss Mailer.
Very well, I shall grant your request. Testify about the relationship between Miss Grail and Sir Belduke.
Master took me in, a complete stranger. I'll be forever be indebted to him. That's why I could never make an attempt on his life through magic or otherwise. This Sir Belduke was a wonderful man. He's the one who recommended this line of work to me. And he's the one who told me about it. The confidentiality obligation, I mean. I never once broke it.
It's true that Sir Belduke invoked fear due to him being an alchemist. However, he was also a man of admirable character, who supported the townsfolk through his research. Why would anyone want to kill such a man? This question keeps haunting me, however much I think about it. Witches need no reason behind their evil. That is what makes them witches.
Give me a quick sec, guys. I'm going to send a quick message to one of my mods. Never mind, I think they went to bed. Oh, well, this is going to be awkward for me. I'm going to have to input the objections myself, unfortunately.
Now the defense may begin its interrogation.
Master took me in, a complete stranger. I'll forever be indebted to him.
How long has it been since you began serving Sir Belduke?
I suppose it would be 5.
What's up with these 5 years?
Before that, I lost everything. I had nothing and nobody left in this world.
You lost everything?
That's when Master Belduke helped me. He kindly took me in and gave me work.
What did she go through before she started working for Belduke?
Later, when I was helping Master with his research, he even taught me how to read and write. I was able to live comfortably for so long, all because of Master.
I don't know much about Grey Earl. But she doesn't seem the type to kill someone who she owes so much to. Everyone in town knows how you served... Everyone in this town knows how you served Sir Belduke. Now you may continue your testimony. Oh my god, I have been actually speeding through these testimonies, and yet I'm still here. I'm still streaming past 12 a.m. Come on, let's... Oh, come on, case, please end soon. I'm so very tired. I am so very tired.
Hold it!
You're claiming you had no reason to kill Sir Belduke.
Yes, you can ask whomever you wish, and I'm sure they will say the same.
That is so. It's widely known that Jane Greyle was devoted to serving Sir Belduke. It's difficult to imagine that she could brutally murder her respected master. Indeed, I am of the same opinion. I have visited Sir Belduke on several occasions to inquire about this piece of evidence or that. And I must say, I felt there was a strong bond of trust between him and Miss Greyle. Do you still think you can come up with a motive? A motive? I thought we didn't care about motives! Barnum, Barnum! You quite literally earlier said we don't care why the killer wanted to go for a motive! Like, he literally earlier said, we are here to pass judgment. We are not here to determine motives for why they do things. We do not question freaking witches because we do not understand witches. What do you mean we don't question the motive? Grail risked a lot to conjure up a small portal in the wall. And she killed Belduke. What motive did she have? I understand. The defense will present evidence. Evidence to indicate Jean Grail's motive for murder? No. Wait, what? What's this about, Sir Blue Knight? Sir Belduke's life was taken that day, that's a fact. However, was this actually the culprit's true objective?
Objection!
Okay. I gotta get my keyboard ready. What? This is nonsense. Sir Belduke was murdered. What other possible reason could there be besides someone wanting him dead? I'm fairly positive this piece of evidence will lead us to the culprit's real motive. Very well, defense present evidence to indicate Jean Grail's motive for committing the crime.
Take that!
I'm gonna assume it's the letters. Miss Grail had no reason for wanting to kill Sir Belduke. However, there was another incident that night which is related to this case. And I have an idea what it was. Another incident? I'm referring to this letter. Sir Belduke wrote a letter shortly before his death, yet we all have here are some blank sheets of parchment.
Fascinating. Are you saying maybe a witch used some kind of ink-removing magic on that letter, Mr. Wright?
No, the spell used by the witch was of course Godor. Let's go over the state of the crime scene one more time. As we know from Miss Mailer's testimony, the letter was inside a letter box next to the victim's head. Oh yes, it's in the sketch as well. The letterbox is on the far side of the shelf. The point of note is the location of that letterbox. Unbelievable! As Inquisitor Barnum seems to have noticed, the letterbox is within reach of the small portal conjured by the witch behind the painting on the wall. Oh, indeed it is. And as Sir Belduke's butler, you would have known exactly where he keeps his letters.
Indeed, Master Belduke would always keep his letters in that letterbox before posting them.
You meant to no such thing? Miss Grail, you create a portal with Godor, not with the intention of killing Sir Belduke. You were after this letter, weren't you?
That's merely wild conjecture. I didn't even know about that letter at the time.
You didn't? Now that's very strange. When Miss Mailer came by that night, Sir Belduke was busy writing that letter. And that's when you entered, carrying a bottle of tomato juice. There's no way you wouldn't have known that your master was writing a letter to someone. And you could have known even more than that. For that instance, perhaps you knew what he was writing about.
That's enough. As for Master Belduke as his butler, I never would have pried into his private affairs. Whatever it was he wrote about in his final letter to the story.
How do you know that?
It's no concern of mine. How did you know that?
Your Honor. Yes, defense? I like Miss Grail's last statement to be added to her testimony. Any objections, Inquisitor Barnum? No, my lord. Very well, witness include what you just told us in your testimony.
As you wish, my lord.
I never said it was poison, Jean.
Hold it!
let me get this straight. You didn't know anything about the victim's letter.
That's right. I believe I said as much already.
Then how did you know? How did you know it was addressed to the storyteller? Indeed. Why don't you answer his question, witness? It's true this letter is addressed to the storyteller. But when did you find out about it?
I have spoken about the murder with many people over the past 3 months.
Hang on!
Excuse me, Miss Mailer.
Oh!
I thought I caught her off guard, but it's her screech that caught me off guard. Is there perhaps anything you'd like to add to Miss Grayl's testimony?
No, not really.
In that case, let me ask you a different question. Did you tell Miss Grayl about Sir Belduke's letter?
I don't know.
Do not beat around the bush, witness. Answer the question.
If I may briefly interrupt. I am testifying right now. If you wish to question Miss Mailer, please do so once you finish interrogating me.
She's not gonna let me question Mailer from the looks of it. If she's so keen to prevent her from answering. This might just be a critical point in the testimony. I gotta find another way of fishing for that information. Witnesses continue testifying. Oh boy.
Hold it!
You mean you became a courier because of Sir Belduke?
That's right. I opened what do you call it? An orphan. I've been stealing bread or apples and such for stalls and shops to survive.
You literally just admitted you rob people. As, you know what, you're an orphan, whatever.
I'm known far and wide among the traders in the shopping area. I was famous, or rather, infamous.
Was she stealing for Mrs. Leclerc too?
And one day, Miss Grayl took me there, to Sir Belduke's residence, I mean. Sir Belduke helped me. He helped me to find a suitable job.
And so you became a courier?
Yeah, see? I only have one real skill. I'm light-footed. At first, I didn't take it seriously, the job, I mean. I didn't care about work. But then I realized it. That's not so bad to be useful, you know, to other people. So I owe him a lot too, you see. Sir Belduke, I mean.
What a heartwarming story. Street rat, riff-raff. I don't buy that. If they just looked a little closer, they'd see a poor girl. No siree. I think the judge just wiped away a tear with the rim of his hood. The more you hear about Sir Belduke, the more obvious it will become that no one had any reason to want to kill him. He's the one who told me about it, the confidentiality obligation, I mean. The confidentiality obligation is a rule held among couriers, is that right?
Yes, sir. A courier must not disclose the contents of a letter, nor the names or addresses of its sender or recipient. I'll tell you constantly that, I love gossiping. Mouthing people especially. So I wasn't confident I could keep it. The confidentiality obligation, I mean. I was tempted to talk about this and that.
To think that Belduke trusted her.
But then Sir Belduke spoke to me. He told me, think about how you feel in that person's place. And that got me thinking, I really, really like to gossip. But when it comes to being gossiped about...
Maniacal, why are you even here? I thought you wanted to avoid spoilers. I'll say hey.
People's messages are their secrets, and secrets must be kept.
Indeed, no one would want their letters to be publicly known. He's certainly determined when it comes to confidentiality. Maniacal, make it quick. My throat is dying and I want to finish this trial already. Yeah, that'd be nice if I had a mod who can be around to catch all the objections that are being thrown out, but unfortunately all my other mods went to bed. No, but thank you, Maniacal. I appreciate the kind words, even though they are lies. That's why she doesn't want to disclose the addressee of Belduke's letter. I'm not going to get it out of her.
I promise, Sir Belduke, and I'm going to keep it no matter what. The promise, I mean.
Good night, Maniacal.
It's something I can pride myself on, right?
Rio may not have a motive to murder Belduke, but what if she used that portal spell to obtain that letter? Depending on the contents of the letter, that might prove to have been her motive.
I wonder what Sir Belduke wrote about in that letter.
There's only one way to find out. I need to get Grail to admit she got hold of that letter.
I'm worried, Mr. Wright, of what's lying ahead.
Feelings mutual. I have to see it through. I gotta pursue the truth. I think I need to present evidence somewhere, but I don't know what I need to present. Feeling I need to present the letter to Mailer about her confidentiality obligation thing. Something tells me she might be lying about the confidentiality thing.
Objection!
And I'm wrong. Great. Man, we're at the point in the case I have no idea where to go from here. I wish one of my usual mods around here would actually give me a hint. Oh boy, let's see. Let me see if I can get some extra info out of her. How'd you know about the storyteller? Can this game be on Switch? It is not on Switch, and it probably won't ever be, because Level 5 got rid of their American division. And I think they're focusing exclusively on mobile games.
Everyone's been very kind to me. They also have told me all sorts of things. I must have heard about it from someone at some point.
Well, that incident is certainly much talked about. Would you not agree, Defense? Does her toast family hold together? There's a huge contradiction in Miss Grayl's testimony. You're becoming very predictable, Sir Blue Knight. If there's a contradiction, I hope you have evidence to prove it. I'm gonna present letter mailer. Now tremble in awe at the power of my reasoning. Oh no! Can you repeat that last bit? I'm afraid I misheard. So we're not gonna have a Layton and Yokai Watch crossover? Sadly not.
Well, I trembled a little. All those chilling stares are giving me the shivers. Mr. Wright, no matter how cold everyone else might be towards you, I'll always stay on your side.
Sending that evidence was a big mistake. Trying to show off is an even bigger one. The one who ought to tremble is you, Sir Blue Knight. Ow. Oh boy, I know we're close to the end of the case. I just can't figure out what I need to present. Like, I'm pretty sure what happened is that Grey Earl and Mailer talked to each other. I'm just not sure what's going on. It's bedtime? No worries, Max. You have a good night.
You take care.
Hold it!
I may have to review the dialogue that was leading up to Mailer talking about stuff. Oh, you were talking about me? Oh no, I should be going to bed, but man, I still need to finish the trial. I don't have a good moment to not present the trial.
Hang on!
Miss Mailer. Blah blah blah, blah blah blah, deaf ears, blah blah blah. Is anything you'd like to add to Miss Grayl's testimony? No, not really. Let me ask a different question. Blah blah blah, blah blah blah. No, throw the candy against the screen and it'll reach me somehow. Through the power of internet, you will throw the candy through the computer screen, clearly. Do not beat around the bush, witness. Answer the question. Do not actually do that. May I briefly interrupt? I'm testifying right now. If you wish to question Miss Mailer, please do so once you have finished interrogating me. She's not going to let me question Mailer from the looks of it. She's so keen on preventing her from answering. This might be a critical point in the testimony. I gotta find another way of fishing for that information.
Hold it!
I think I'm supposed to keep on checking to see if there's any reaction from Grey Earl. Don't reactions have an audio cue? There are some reactions I've noticed that aren't audio cues. Ah, no, I didn't mean to question you. I'm just going to ignore Amir. That was an accidental misclick. Just keep on drinking, Amir. You're good. How am I supposed to get my way in there?
Hold it! Hold it!
I know what I need to do. I need to get some information from her, but from an indirect way. I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to do here. No reason to take his life nor steal his letter to the storyteller. Maybe I'm supposed to present the profile here?
Objection!
No, that's not it. The answer is kind of mean gameplay-wise. So it's not a presentation thing. I'm supposed to figure out a reaction? Yeah, that's the only answer I can figure out right now. It has to be a reaction. Because I don't have any evidence that can help me support me at the moment.
Hold it!
I keep on thinking I need to, like, question Mailer while currently questioning Grail, but the problem is she's not going to let me.
Goodness.
Hang on!
Oh, come on. Am I missing something here?
Hang on!
Okay, so I can't just forcibly try to talk to Mailer because the game is going to tell me no. Are you kidding me? What do you mean that's not the answer?
Hold it!
Oh my god, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
Hang on!
Okay, let me try to set it up once more and maybe I can find an opportunity to question Mailer. Let me give this one last shot. If it doesn't work, you can go ahead, Wolf.
Hang on!
Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, what does the internet suggest I do, Wolf? I appreciate the help, by the way. I do legitimately appreciate it. I'm just getting a little frustrated because I have no idea what the game wants out of me at the moment. I could have sworn I had an answer here, though. So you were on the right track with the initial contradiction, but here's the mean part. You're supposed to say you can't present evidence? Oh. Okay, let's go from there then.
Hold it!
Witness!
Sorry if I'm a little quiet. I'm trying to save my voice a little bit. I've honestly been voice acting for over 5 hours, and I need to rest a little bit. Okay. I can't present evidence. The defense has no intention of presenting evidence. What? The proof that there is a contradiction cannot be found in the court record.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
The professor pointed it out to me in the previous witch trial. In this court, an attorney's arsenal isn't limited to the court record. Each of the witnesses in this trial has given their own account of what occurred. Therefore, whatever one witness has testified, the other remaining witnesses have listened. Should one witness's testimony differ from another's testimony, then I suppose that in of itself can also be considered a contradiction, can it not? Juxtaposing contradicting testimonies from different witnesses is the key. Miss Grayle, your testimony contradicts— What?! You're introducing a new gameplay mechanic that I didn't even know I can do?! That is mean! Your testimony contradicts another one that we heard in this court today. I have no reason to take his life nor seal his letter for the storyteller.
Objection!
Oh my god! Bella and Luke are turning Professor Layton so they can both do the freaking point together! Are you kidding me? That's amazing! Okay. That was a single word that gave you away, Miss Grey Earl.
What do you mean by that?
Does that just count as one, or that counts as one? The name of the recipient. There was only a few people who knew the intended recipient of that letter. 4 people to be precise. Only 4 people? First was Sir Belduke, the author of the letter. Then there was Miss Mailer, who delivered it. And of course the storyteller, its recipient. As well as one more person. The one who stole the letter, using a portal spell and swapped it with the blank sheets of parchment. The witch.
Maybe I did. Maybe I spilled the beans about the letter, I mean. Maybe I told the butler.
You did what?
Well, because you see, me and the butler are sort of friends. It was about our dear Sir Belduke. I felt like I might have told her about it after all. See, if I did, that's how she knew. And the recipient, I mean.
Objection!
I understand you're friends with Miss Grayle, and you want to help her out. But I've got a piece of advice, Miss Mailer. You shouldn't lie, even for a friend.
Huh?
Remember your testimony. You told us about the courier's duty to keep the details of the letters confidential.
And yeah, you're right, Lindea.
And you have also testified that you have never broken that obligation, remember?
Ah!
Objection!
But hold on just a moment. As the victim's butler, Jean Grail might have had a chance to catch a glimpse of the envelope.
Objection!
Did I miss an objection? I forget, did Barnum just do an objection? I forget if he did or not.
My short-term memory is affecting me horribly right now. I miss Barnum's? Okay. No, she didn't. When Miss Mailer came with the delivery, Sir Belduc was still writing that letter. In fact, he was in the middle of it. And at that time, the letter had not been addressed yet. And the next morning, when the body was discovered, that letter was already in the letterbox. Keep in mind that Miss Grail would have no opportunity to see it then either. Is that so? She went to report the crime without even setting foot in the study. And then Miss Mailer appeared and retrieved the letter. Needless to say, Miss Grail couldn't have learned of the letter's recipient afterwards. Or maybe have a good explanation, Miss Grail. I'd very much like to hear one. Can you please tell the court how you found out the recipient's name?
Mr. Wright.
Yes?
Do you remember what I said when I was called to the witness stand?
Yeah?
At the heart of alchemy lies the pursuit of rules and logic that govern nature. If you have demonstrated the power of your own logic...
Miss Grail. Are you saying?
Yes, I confess. The abhorrent witch who used the spell Godor to swap the contents of that letter. And who took the life of Master...
What?
It was... none other than I.
This feels a little easy. She didn't have a breakdown.
I was only a child, born to a poor family. I've been a witch since I was very little. When I did become aware of it, I don't remember. Although I was but a young child, I knew that being a witch was a crime. That's why I hid my witch's scepter and wouldn't use magic at all. My father worked as a bricklayer. He toiled every day, but we could hardly make ends meet. One winter day, we couldn't afford to pay the rent. We were going to lose the house. My mother was in tears, and my father was sitting with his head down, wordless.
I want money for Mummy and Daddy.
That day, I suddenly remembered about the witch's scepter that I had hidden.
The Goldor spell.
I thought I'd try it just once, casting the spell. But at the time, I had no idea what an irreversible mistake that would be. Even though no one told me, I knew from the very beginning what magic I was able to use.
Oh.
What should I turn into gold? I was thinking about it really hard, the little girl that I was. Something that wouldn't stand out, that could be taken for a work of art. Then I decided I chose a pretty leaf that fallen into our garden. But it wasn't the right thing to do after all. I was terribly punished for using my magic even just the once.
Punished? In what way were you punished?
I placed the leaf down in the back garden and cast a spell, but then Margaret suddenly walked in front of me.
Margaret?
My closest
Oh.
My closest childhood friend, Margaret. Right before my eyes, she was turned into gold.
Oh dear me.
I screamed and I cried, but I knew I couldn't ask anyone for help. If anyone's seen it, they would have known it was the work of magic. And I knew Margaret wasn't coming back. That's terrible! Then my mother and father's faces flashed before my eyes. We may have been very poor, but we were always happy together. Had I been captured as a witch, I feared my parents probably wouldn't be safe either. I thought tormented me more than anything, so I made the decision. I decided to end my...
Oh. Trigger warning, everyone.
I threw myself into the river near the town. It was winter and the water was as cold as ice. I couldn't even move. It was painful. My consciousness started drifting away. The next thing I knew, I was in Master Belduke's residence. He risked his own life jumping into the freezing river to save me. I burst into tears and told him everything. I didn't want to go back home. I would only end up causing my parents grief. Master Belduke listened to me without interrupting, and then he told me this.
You can stay here, but from now on, you must live as a boy.
Master Belduke met with my parents and explained everything to them. They were very sad, but they agreed it'd be best if I didn't return home. Poor Miss Greyer. Greyearl. I must have been so awful for her. Master brought the house for my parents so they wouldn't have to worry about paying rent anymore. As for Margaret, turned into gold, he brought her to his residence. He knew that if anyone saw her, they would report an incident of witchcraft.
And this Miss Margaret, is she still in that golden state?
Yes, she is.
That's strange. We have received no reports of anyone by that name having gone missing.
Margaret is being kept in the basement under Master's study.
The basement? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Miss Margaret, is she a...
Yes, my dear...
What? My dear friend was a goat that we were keeping at our house. Goat. This all started because of a goddamn goat. Until then, Master Bill... So that's what that golden goat was. Yeah, I remember now. Margaret was a goddamn goat that we saw earlier.
Master Belduke had mainly been researching medicine, but since the incident with Margaret, he became known as an alchemist.
So that's when he became an alchemist. I was wondering why that goat was the only thing not covered in dust.
That's how I started a new life as Master Belduke's butler.
Sir Belduke would sometimes work as a physician, curing the townsfolk of their illnesses. As his assistant, you have also shown commitment to helping the townsfolk through your work.
I forgot about being a witch and was able to live happily at peace with everyone. I thought it could stay like that forever.
But those peaceful days came to an abrupt end. Tell us, what in the world was the cause?
Even I'm not quite sure what led to this. However, it all started 3 months ago with that lightning strike. Master Belduke and I were on our way back home carrying specimens for experiments. The old bell tower appeared into flames. Everyone who saw it was stupefied. But the expression on Master Belduke's face was unlike anything I'd seen before.
What do you mean?
His face went pale and twisted in sheer terror. He was shaking violently. It wasn't just astonishment at an unusual phenomenon. It seemed as if he was afraid of something more concrete.
Perhaps Sir Belduke saw something that others couldn't.
He canceled his experiments for that night and began writing a letter to someone.
A letter?
I found out about it when I brought him his bottle of tomato juice. He was writing feverishly, as if he were possessed. I saw some things. A few words in that letter. Expose everything. Cannot keep the secret any longer. The truth about the witch. Master Belduke was going to confess that I was a witch.
Oh.
Everything went black in front of my eyes. I'll never forget that feeling that overwhelmed me in that moment.
Is that what you decided to commit the crime?
What I did first was accidentally singe a part of the wall in my room. It was an excuse to repaint that section of the wall green.
Then you also painted the wall behind the painting in Sir Belduke's study.
And when that fateful night came, I used a syringe to inject a sporific through the cork and into the bottle of tomato juice. So many thoughts were running through my head as wished Master good night. I opened the portal behind him. He was right there, in front of me, asleep. I reached for the letter in the letterbox, taking care not to wake him. And then I happened to notice the name on the envelope. Storyteller. When I read that name, the world all around me turned black once more. It's impossible to avoid what was written by the storyteller. It seemed as if I could hear the doors to all escape routes shutting closed. It was that sound of despair. I'd like you to believe me that the thought of taking Master Belduke's life never once occurred to me. I only planned to steal that letter and then disappear. But as I looked upon Master sleeping there in front of me, at that moment I felt an evil presence awaken within me. Why did he save my life? And why did he betray me? Before I realized what I was doing, My hands were clutching his neck. He didn't move at all, so I kept on clenching his neck. That's it. That's the truth about what happened 3 months ago.
There is just one thing I fail to understand.
Yes?
You said you wanted to run away once you had stolen the letter. Yet despite that, you continued to live in Sir Belduke's residence. And now here you stand. Why did you not run away?
My life had been thrown into disarray due to the absurdity of magic. I had learned all about alchemy living at Master's residence. Alchemy is concerned with the logic that governs the world. I wanted to believe there truly was such a thing, so I stayed in that place hoping to one day see the irrational nature of magic overcome by the power of reason.
Magic being overcome by reason.
That night, I swapped the letter with blank sheets of parchment and waited for the sun to rise. I resolved to wait for the day when my true identity could be exposed through reason and logic. Master's death remained a mystery for 3 months and people started to lose interest. And then, you appeared, Mr. Wright.
Why is this game actually giving a ton of depth to these freaking murders? Oh my god.
On the day you visited the residence, I was listening to your conversation in the other room.
Like every other murderer just did it because, like, you know, they were trying to cover their asses. This is, like, sad.
I was listening to your conversation from the other room. Has time finally come for me? My heart was racing with anticipation. Then, a few minutes after everyone entered that room, an unbelievable incident took place.
That is an incident?
A witch appeared in Master's study.
What?
I wanted to get a good look at the witch, so I created a portal in the wall behind the painting. Precisely at that moment, the witch used one of the very spells that I can use too. When I heard those words, a single thought flashed through my mind. This was my chance. I could dispose of my witch's scepter. I knew at the time what kind of a witch the Inquisition would be looking for.
A witch that can use Famalia and Goldor.
It occurred to me that I only needed to change one of the magic gems. I had previously found out that the Famalia gem was purple. I realized that if I swapped the Goldor magic gem for my amethyst, I could pin the blame for my crime on that other witch!
So you changed one of the gems and threw the witch's scepter into that room? Is that correct?
Exactly.
Objection!
Barnum dabbing on those witches. Wait a minute, Jean Grey Earl. This statement of yours. It's highly problematic. How so, Inquisitor Barnum?
Yes, you are right.
Can someone explain to me what this is all about?
I am a witch indeed. A sinful creature that killed a person to whom she owed her life. However...
I'm sorry! I looked away and I looked back and I just see Professor Layton has a golden statue zooming across the screen. I'm sorry, that just cracked me up.
Regarding the gentleman standing next to you, Mr. Wright, he may have fallen victim to a witch. But that witch was not me.
Oh. Wait, what? Order in the court! What is the meaning of this? Jean Greyle admits killing Sir Belduke, but not to turning Sir Layton into gold. That is the gist of it, my lord. But lying about it is meaningless. Lying?
Just being a witch is a crime in itself. And the punishment for that crime is the same, regardless of whether she took one person's life or two. That's why there's no point in lying about it. I'm sure that's what the judge is thinking.
Greyle is still claiming she never laid a finger on the professor. But if there's no point in lying, does that mean she must be telling us the truth?
So in that case, who's responsible for what happened to the professor? If it wasn't her, then who was it?
If I have to say something?
I don't believe you. I refuse to believe this game is actually going to give us an answer from Ymir. Take a hint, witness. Does it feel like this is the right moment for you to talk?
Yeah, well, that's kind of why I was staying quiet up until now. But I either say it now or never.
Don't simply fall silent after saying that. It only makes it weigh on my mind more. Whatever did you want to say?
Oi, Bluey.
Yes?
I need to make sure about something. Me head's not what it used to be, you know?
Yes!
The alchemist butler, Lady Butler. She slipped sleeping medicine in his drink.
That's correct. She laces tomato juice with it.
Then he strangled the alchemist afterwards.
Yes, Sir Belduke was unconscious from the sleep medicine, so he didn't resist. And that explains why we found no signs of a struggle at the crime scene.
Yeah, about that. I let it slip earlier about what I did at the crime scene, right? I told you about that, I had a few sips of that juice.
And the sleep medicine mixed in made you sleep like a log. Yes, we remember.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. This is just between us, okay? You see, when I appropriated that juice, the juice bottle was, well, still unopened.
What? It was unopened?
The drum was parched and I wasn't thinking straight. That brand new bottle was just there, waiting for me with a corkscrew conveniently laid next to it. I couldn't just let that go to waste, so I swiftly pulled out the cork and got to drinking.
What?
So, in case you don't get what I'm getting at, the alchemist didn't have a single drop of the juice with the sleep medicine.
Huh? What? Witness, you went to the trouble of opening a bottle found at a crime scene just to drink its suspicious contents?
That's what I've been telling you. I was dying of thirst.
That doesn't justify what you've done!
Objection.
Inquisition shall deal with this witness after the trial. He will find out what it means to be dying of thirst in a more literal meaning. However, let us not waste any more time with him now. The witch has confessed her crimes. There's no need to investigate Sir Belduke's death any further. Indeed, you are right, Inquisitor. Her role in Sir Layton's incident is not entirely clear, but a person who kills her protector, to whom she owes her very life, can be nothing other than a witch. The court has sufficient grounds to sentence her as such. Belduke didn't drink the juice that night. And if that were true, there's one thing here that doesn't add up.
Mr. Wright, I have to say there's something about this that's bothering me. I'm sure there's a contradiction lurking in that man's testimony. I think so. You think so, Luke?
I really turned a blind eye to that? Mister, you're saying you opened a tomato juice bottle, but that claim contradicts a certain piece of evidence. What? Defense, I would like a word with you. Yes, Your Honor? At this point, your client's innocence has already been established. Therefore, whether there's a contradiction in that man's testimony should no longer be of any concern to you. That may be so, Your Honor, but even though I'm here to defend the accused, the duty of an attorney is to uncover the truth behind what happened. My job's not done until there's no more contradictions left. Very well. Sir Blue Knight, let us hear about this contradiction you have discovered. The bottle was first opened by that guy, meaning Belduke didn't drink any of it. That means there's another piece of evidence that should be very difficult to explain. I would like to hear about this contradiction too. The defense shall present evidence. Where is the contradiction this witness is having been one who opened the tomato bottle? The contradiction can be seen in one of the sketches of the crime scene. In one of the sketches? Please take a look at Sir Belduke's mouth. We can see a line of red liquid trickling down from his mouth. Yes, well, we already established that was the tomato juice. Oh! Exactly, Your Honor. Sir Belduke didn't drink any of the tomato juice that night.
Objection.
Which means there's only one other possibility. That red line is, as we thought first of all, blood. Sir Belduke must have tried to fight back the assailant and bit his tongue in doing so.
Objection.
Unfortunately, that would only bring us back to the problem we encountered earlier. Earlier? If the victim had put up a fight, then there would have been traces of a struggle at the crime scene, and yet no such traces were found. That's what made you assume the witch must have used Famalia. Yes, that is so.
As I explained before, Master Belduke didn't struggle at all at the time. But when I think about it now, in light of the new information, it was very unnatural. The victim didn't drink the soporific, yet didn't struggle. But what does this mean? If it's not tomato juice nor blood brought about through a struggle with the murderer, then what else could it be? Since it's not tomato juice, we have to assume it's blood after all.
Yeah, right? It's gotta be that.
Soporific, if that helps. Thank you, Lindea. Like super, but supo. So, suporific. Got it. We have ruled out the possibility that the victim bit his tongue while struggling with the attacker.
Indeed.
then there's gotta be a different reason for the blood being there. He must have suffered internal bleeding that was somehow connected to his death. But what could have caused it? Your Honor? May I ask one more question? Question to whom? If I can just clarify this one suspicion, I may be able to explain the blood shown in the sketch. That's why I need to question to one person in particular. Well then, I have a question for you, Miss Grey Earl. Yes, Mr. Wright? On the day of the crime, did anything go missing from the crime scene? Missing? Such as... the tomato juice that a certain person drank, do you mean? Yeah, something like that, but was there anything else? I'm afraid I cannot say. You may remember I didn't enter Master's study that day, not even once. So I may be supposed to make a suggestion. Perhaps it would be wiser to ask someone who went into the Master's study. He's right, I try- Wait! Alright. Well, I guess we're supposed to ask Emir about it. Mister, can I ask you something? Yeah, don't give me that scary look. Is my credibility still good? Yeah, we're still good.
I don't know nothing. Nothing at all. I got nothing to tell.
Innocent as a little lamb, but his confidence more than a sham. He'd be better off without that bard. You drank the tomato juice that was at the crime scene, right?
Yeah, I'll keep asking me about that over and over again, so what if I did?
Then I have another question for you. Did anything else disappear from the crime scene that day?
Nah, I didn't notice anything.
Objection!
Are we seriously still going through goofy nonsense after finding out goofy murder? I mean, not goofy murders, but serious murders and motivations? Witness, just what have you done this time? You look like a dog caught making a mess on the carpet.
Well, why are you looking at me like that? How daily about missing? I am innocent, please believe me.
Truth could be drowned in a swimming eve. Some tell lies, well, others cannot tell lies. Looks like my gut feeling was right. He took something from the crime scene. Ah, great! Another theft! Something that could be directly connected to that red liquid around Belduke's mouth. What on earth did that man steal from the crime scene? A certain item disappeared from the crime scene that day. And at this very moment, it's highly likely that item is right in front of our very... Oh my god, is that fucking bottle? Please tell me it's not the bottle. What? It's here? Isn't that right, mister?
Is it? I have no idea.
Please tell me it's not the goddamn bottle. Defense, I order you to show us what this item is. The item that this witness took from the crime scene. Oh my god, it was actually relevant. Are you kidding me?
Got it.
It's this bottle. The bottle? Miss Grey Earl, I'd like you to clarify something for me. What would that be, Mr. Wright? Mr. Belduke was working on creating certain medicines. He had various dangerous substances in his possession as well. How were they stored? Master kept them in a locker medicine cabinet. The bottles were labeled so that it was clear that they were dangerous. Are you kidding me right now? They have all been confiscated. As for those labels, did they resemble the label on that guy's bottle? Mister, what are you doing with a product of Master's research?
It's not what you think. I didn't have any evil intentions or nothing.
That bottle belonged to Master, and it was used to store strong poison. Poison strong enough to kill.
Poison? What? The red liquid trickling down Sir Belduke's mouth was definitely blood. Now, as for what caused him to bleed like that from his mouth, was the deadly poison from the bottle this guy stole from the crime. Okay. This is outrageous! What? Are you kidding me right now, game? I think it's implied that I don't think Jean actually killed her master. I think her master killed himself. I think he drank the poison himself.
Whoa. Did you expect me to just keep quiet? It was poison. Poison. Am I gonna die?
Objection!
Just wait and see. Time will tell.
I guess.
More importantly, I want to know why you have that bottle.
Well, that's all. Remember I told you I drank the alchemist's tomato juice?
Indeed, it's not something easy to forget. Especially having heard it several times.
Well, that was what I saw on the floor. This bottle right here. It was totally empty. And I thought, you know, such a fancy looking bottle and all. I'm a bit of a skull fancier. They have this air of danger about them, right?
They certainly do.
So since he was there and I was there too, I felt we kind of meant for each other. I thought this bottle's so classy I could die for it.
Had any poison been left in that bottle, you would have died instantly. But it was empty. It was probably harmless.
Oh, hear that? I'm gonna live! Good thing I rinsed it well before use.
Yay.
Oh.
What if the victim was killed by poison? That raises a new question, of course. Who could have poisoned him? Considering all the evidence and the testimonies we heard today, the answer is so close I can taste it. Sir Belduke was poisoned by... It was, of course, Sir Belduke himself. The poison for Cusco. Cusco's poison. Poison for Cusco. Cusco's poison. That poison?
Yes, that's poison.
Sir Belduke took that poison of his own will. His death was suicide! Boy, this popsicle's delicious, SpongeBob. You want one? This is preposterous! A suicide! Inconceivable!
Objection!
Think about it, Inquisitor. That would explain the most unnatural aspect of his death. The most unnatural aspect? Miss Grayle, when you were strangling Mr. Belduke, he put up no fight whatsoever, is that correct?
Yes, it is. Until today, I was convinced it was due to the sleep medicine.
It wasn't, because he didn't take any. But a warning, next time on the roller coaster, your head is spinning. Oh yeah, I'll be sure to do that next time. Don't worry, Wolf. Oh, my throat's dying. The truth is, when you gripped his throat, Sir Belduke was already dead. He poisoned himself. But would the poison have caused him to bleed from his mouth? I personally know of no poison that works instantly and causes such symptoms. Oh, you don't?
I can't just tell him that it happens on TV all the time. There are certain plants in this area that contain a high poisonous substance. In the course of his research, Master Belduke found a way to extract that poison.
Reminder to drink water. Thank you, Max.
What am I hearing? Is there really such a dangerous plant in Labyrinthia?
The poison is very bitter to taste, so it would be impossible to secretly slip it into someone's food or drink. And it would cause internal damage. It's a very powerful poison. Drinking it would induce a most painful death.
And to think Sir Belduke could... But didn't Sir Belduke really choose such an agonizing death for himself? It doesn't seem like he suffered that much.
I would like to know that, too.
Miss Grey Earl.
You mean to say Master killed himself after exposing me as a witch? I cannot believe it! He wouldn't just commit suicide!
Indeed, we cannot take such a theory at face value.
Had he committed suicide, I dare say he would have left a suicide note. I
can't say why Sir Belduke committed suicide, but I think there's a piece of evidence that can confirm his suicide was a possibility.
There is a piece of evidence like that? You have such evidence, you ought to present it to the court immediately. I'm torn. It's either the letter or it's the crime scene sketches. Because the crime scene sketches might be the powder. Oh, this is going to suck. I'm going to go with the powder.
Take that!
What do you say about that, Insert?
Yep. And that is why I save. Yep.
I may or may not be talking like this because I like seeing my avatar's mouth open and close really fast. Yep. Sorry, I'm having fun with my avatar. Okay, something tells me it's probably the letter then. Oh, hey, they put us right here. Perfect.
That's Sir Belduke's letter.
Yeah, it was either the letter or the crime scene.
Let's see, it was addressed to the storyteller, wasn't it?
Do I have an uptime command? Oh, it's not necessary. You can just look under the player. The player tells you how long I've been going. I've been going for 6 hours. Yeah, I noticed, Ruby. I didn't really have much to say about it. This is the letter written by Sir Belduke. Now, if his death was a suicide, then this letter may well be his suicide note.
Objection!
What we have here is nothing more than blank sheets of parchment.
You're on mobile? Oh, gotcha. But yeah, no, I don't have an uptime command, sadly. I kind of removed it.
Whether or not there was a suicide note is something we can only speculate about.
That's right. But there is one person who knows whether this letter was really a suicide note.
You mean the person who swapped its contents? In other words, you, Jean Grey Earl. Witness, you saw Sir Belduke's letter on the night of the crime. Tell us what was written on it.
I don't know.
What? You don't know?
I did steal the letter, yes, but I don't know what its contents were.
You mean you have not read it?
I couldn't bring myself to read it. It seemed that if I did, everything that had happened since Master saved my life would be ruined in an instant. I've taken it out and held it in my hands many times, but no matter what, I just couldn't.
Miss Grey Earl, can you tell us where that letter is now?
I have it here.
Oh!
You're carrying it around with you? If you were Circe, you would have been done for!
That night, having killed Master Belduke, I decided to stay in his residence. I knew my identity would be revealed sooner or later, and I was ready for it. So until that time, I decided to always keep the letter with me. My lord?
Yes, witness?
If you don't mind, could you please read it aloud? Now that I'm here in this place of judgment, I think I'm finally ready to hear what Master wrote.
Hold it! Miss Grey Earl, I think you should be the one to read it.
Me?
Sir Belduke wrote this letter to the storyteller as he was preparing to die. I think it's only right his last words should be read by you.
Yes, you're right. I see. I understand. Please allow me to read the letter aloud. My dear friend, I hope you will be able to forgive me for leaving this world of my own will. I have finally made this decision, having seen that accursed bell tower
appear in the flames on that dreadful night. That lightning was a sign that we have angered the gods. What I have done cannot be forgiven. I can never escape from it. For the past few days, I have been thinking that it might be best to simply expose everything. This town's secret, the truth about the witch. Of course, I understand that secrets need to be kept. However, I have grown very tired. I'm afraid I cannot keep the secret any longer. I have only two concerns. The first is my daughter. It pains me to be leaving her alone in this world, although she probably doesn't think of me as her father.
A daughter?
I was not aware that Sir Belduke had a daughter.
Mr. Belduke seemed to know a lot about this town. This town's secret, and the truth about the witch.
Truth about the witch? Somehow I don't think he was talking about Miss Grey Earl.
Oh. The second matter, weighing heavily on my mind, is that Jean will be left on her own.
Seeing her growing up, so strong and righteous, in defiance of her fate, had given me hope. A short while ago, she brought me my usual, and what will be my last, drink. There are so many things I wanted to tell her, but I could only manage a thank you. She is a very sharp child. Had I said any more, she would have caught on. You could call me a selfish man, but I didn't wish my last memory of her to be a sad one.
Master, Master Belduke. If the fate handed to her by this town has made her life an ordeal until now, I hope from the bottom of my heart that a wonderful story awaits her next. I intend to leave my residence to her, and I would like you to look out for her.
Alas, it is time for me to put my pen down. My dear friend, what I truly wish to express to you is too complicated for words. I hope one day you will understand. But for now, I bid you farewell. The time has come for me to go.
This letter, it wasn't a denunciation of me being a witch.
Master Belduke cared about you until the very end.
Yes, how could I have forgotten? I'm sure I knew it all along. So why did I? How could I have done that to him?
Miss Grail?
My lord. What is it, Inquisitor Barnum? I think it is about time for the guilty verdict.
Guilty?
Inquisition withdraws the charges against Maya Fey and charges Jean Grail with being a witch. All the evidence corroborates with this accusation, and she even admits her guilt. Hence, the Inquisition asks that the witch be found guilty and punished immediately.
Objection!
Not so fast, Inquisitor Barnum!
What do you want now, Sir Blue Knight?
Admittedly, Miss Grail did attempt to strangle Sir Belduke, but he had already consumed a deadly poison and was already dead at the time. Therefore, she is not guilty of murder. And one more thing. I'm sorry. This is a very serious one. I know, but then you just see Golden Layton, and you're like, oh man, I can't take any of this shit seriously. It also wasn't Miss Grail who turned Professor Layton into gold. I'm sorry. I have to laugh. There was another witch present at the crime scene. The defendant Maya saw her too. To put it simply, Miss Grail didn't kill anyone. Yeah, she didn't kill anyone, and yet you still want to burn her? Maya, do you even know how it feels to be put in this cage? It's like everyone's against you and it's super frightening. I'm not a witch. I've been thrown in this cage and almost sentenced to something I didn't do. And now you're about to do the same to another person? That's just not right.
Is that all you have to say?
Huh?
The one who is in the wrong is not me, but you, Sir Blue Knight. Whether the witch committed a crime or not is completely irrelevant. This is the witch's court. All witches must be punished by fire.
But that's crazy. Why, Barnum?
Inquisitor Barnum is absolutely right. Being a witch is a crime. You understand that, don't you, Miss Grail?
Yes.
Very well then. The court is ready to issue the final verdict. Maya Fey is found innocent, and in her place, Jean Grail is found guilty of being a witch and shall be cast into the fire.
No, you can't! Hold it! Please, hold the verdict!
Espella?
What is it now, Espella Cantabella?
There is nothing else we can do. This is the course of things, and you should know it well.
Indeed. All witches shall be cast into the flames. That is the law of this town. A law that was written by your very own father. And furthermore, a law that has always been obeyed in the town of Labyrinthia.
A town like this should never exist in the first place.
What? Such insolence!
That's heresy! She's criticizing the storyteller's story! Even the storyteller's daughter has no right to criticize the story!
Trials in which innocent people are sentenced to death by fire. I should make sure this is the last one.
What do you mean, Espella?
Since you're also keen on the rules created by the storyteller, you should know exactly what I mean. The stipulation for ending the witch trials. Once the Great Witch Bazella is burned, the witch trials will end. At present, I am under suspicion. You know very well why that is, don't you?
You? Well, you don't mean that you're,
I am guilty. I am the Great Witch Bazella.
Oh.
What?
Now, cast me into the flames and let Miss Grail free. Miss Cantabella. This shall be the last of the witch trials. No one else need be burned hereafter.
Espella, just what are you saying? I can't let you do that.
Please, Mr. Wright, let me do as I wish. I'm sorry, but this is a problem concerning the people of Labyrinthia. No! Please don't do it!
There must be another way! You don't need to do this!
It's all right. Luke, Maya, Mr. Wright, and Mr. Layton. I truly appreciate all you have done for me.
This can't be happening.
Miss Cantabella, your confession will have very serious, or rather, fatal consequences for you. May we assume that you fully understand those consequences and are willing to accept them?
I am Espella Cantabella, the storyteller's daughter. But I also have another name. I am the Great Witch Bazella. I have lived hidden in the dark pages of my father's story, deceiving all of you. Many lives have been sacrificed because of me. But that shall end today.
Court attendants, seize that woman! She is the Great Witch Bazella.
Espella.
Oh shit, Maya, let's go!
Maya!
Espella, this just isn't right. Let's go! Nick, give me a hand!
Ace Attorney beating up a bunch of knights. Let's go!
But hurry!
They're getting away!
Wait, what?
Maya!
Help me, Nick!
What?
Estella! Quick, in here!
Stop! You've got to stop! Maya!
I mean, obviously Maya's not dead, but what the fuck? They just killed Maya! What the hell just happened? What just happened? I can't believe Maya Fey is fucking dead, and she's never going to come back from the dead, and it's never going to turn out she didn't actually die or anything at all. The entire Layton Ace Attorney cast are dead. We'll worry about this next time. Everyone, I hope you enjoyed this really long stream. So this is in a storyline, right? Layton is dead in gold, Maya's is burned as a witch, Wright is going to be jailed forever, Luke hunted. Yeah, totally. The end of the storyline for everyone involved. And they're totally not going to come back alive at all. That was only chapter 4. I know, Max. I know. Anyway, I hope you guys had fun with the stream. Oh my god, my throat is so tired. I am so tired. I want to go to bed. Thank y'all for coming out tonight. I hope you guys had fun. Next stream will be this Tuesday at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If there's any changes to the schedule, though, y'all can follow me on Twitter at NoLimit42, where I post stream updates and general shenanigans. Alternatively, y'all can join the Discord server, where we talk about anything and everything. We're a very friendly bunch there. We're always welcome to any new faces. We also do movie nights every single Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, aka tomorrow night. We're currently going through the live-action Disney movie movies, and the next two we're watching are The Shaggy Dog from 1959 and Darby O'Gill and the Little People. If you guys want to join in on that, consider joining the Discord server where we host them. All right, and that's everything for now. I'm gonna go find a raid target. If I don't have one, oh well. But if you guys have any raid messages in mind, let me know. I'll consider.
I'm still dizzy, but thank you for a great stream.
Oh, dude. Wolf, thank you so much for 128 bits. That honestly means the world to me. Thank you so much. And always happy to stream for you guys. Okay, who are we raiding, though? No way! Liam is still going? Oh my god, we have to raid Liam now. Yeah, we gotta raid Liam now. Let's go with, you know what, let's just go with this so it's not spoilers. As for who we're rating, like I said, Liam6, who's currently doing the end of his late night luck check. For people who don't know what that is, he does game shows every single Sunday night where everyone in his chat gets to participate in RNG-based game show stuff, and whoever wins is able to win gift subs for his chat. So how about you guys go give him some love and try to cheer for some free gift subs. Until next time! Stay safe, take care of yourselves, and remember, love always. Even witches. Witches deserve love too. Love all, y'all. Have a good night, everyone.